it just
I don't
feels
know.
like, to be honest, this feels like the only thing. I'm talking about what's happening in the last couple of days in hip hop. This is the only thing that
Mm,
I could hang my hat on and
yeah.
have some kind of joy and take some solace from.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I definitely understand what you mean. So I mean, hip hop is helped me a lot through my teenage years and overcoming family grief and stuff. So times like this, you definitely lean on the culture. And we got two great West Coast albums that we're gonna speak about tonight. Kendrick Lamar, dropping his new album that it's everybody talking about it. The GNX album, and then we got Ice Cube with Man Down. And I mean, I did a review on this with Reg. Shout out to Reg. But I wanted to get your thoughts on it. And what did you think about both of those albums? I mean, which album you want to start with?
Um, we can start with GNX. Um,
Okay.
uh, uh, you can, like, uh, where should we go? Because this is a very
The next album, I
this is
mean
a
that
very
that
big
came
release.
out. I
So
mean,
yeah,
yeah. Now go ahead.
no, this is a very big release. So I
Mhm.
don't even know where you even start.
I mean, I think we pretty much knew he was gonna drop it because they talked about him doing new music over the summer. He came out with "Not Like Us," the best song of the year as far as I'm concerned. He's definitely gonna win Grammys for that. And it's a diss song that this is like something we've never seen. Even in the '90s when Pac came out with "Hit 'Em Up," he wasn't nominated for no Grammy for that song. Or Common with "The Bitch in You," and this is something that's definitely unprecedented for hip hop, and I would love to see Kendrick just sweep the Grammys with this song. And the shit that Drake is doing is real petty right now. I'm not a fan of what he's doing, and maybe this finally will show people like, yo, like this nigga's really petty. Like he's suing people over this song. You know what I'm saying? Like when has that ever happened? And just coming off of the success of that, it's the reason why I say it's the biggest rap song of the year is because like it's not even it's beyond the diss track now. Like you have kids, you have like I've seen like little babies that know the lyrics to that song. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that wasn't a thing back in the '90s when Pac came out with his diss song, or even when Nas and Jay-Z was going at it. You know what I'm saying? So this song is like transcended past just being a diss record, and his impact on the culture, and him having the pop-up show for all the West Coast artists, celebrating West Coast hip hop. It was great. I enjoyed it. That was a moment for the culture, and we already heard about him doing new music, so I'm not surprised. My only question was when was he going to drop it? Was it going to be around November? Was it going to be December? Was it going to be going into the Super Bowl weekend? And he dropped it, and people are loving it right now. And when you first heard the album, what did you think about it?
When I first heard that he dropped the album, or when I
Yeah,
listened
like
to
like
the
like when the
album.
album came out. When the album came out, what was like your first initial thoughts on it when it first dropped?
my my first my initial response was that I was waiting to hear where is this going, because the
Hmm.
first song, Whacked Out Murals, musically, it kind of starts
Right.
out kind of murky, strange
Hmm.
beat.
Yeah.
Kendrick's rapping delivery is pretty soft. It's kind of uh, tame, but as the song progresses, it gets more agitated. He gets more fiery,
Hmm.
and as an opening track, I expected more more bombs. And what I mean by that is
Right.
he name checked Lil Wayne, he name checked Snoop,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
the things that he mentioned about those two, it wasn't like a knockout. It wasn't something that I felt was wow. Like I
Mm-hmm.
didn't know, Kendrick had it in him, or that was really I didn't know he would take it there. But what he
Right.
said about Snoop, I knew that it bothered him that Snoop
But let
was
me ask you something. I mean, this whole thing, I heard somebody talking about that. Is it because he felt like Snoop wasn't on like on his side when he was battling Drake, or is this something else that we don't know about?
I think Kendrick was confused and disappointed that Snoop did not see what Drake was doing. Like by Drake using artificial intelligence to simulate the
Mm-hmm.
voices of Snoop and Tupac.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't doing that to pay homage to Tupac and definitely not to Snoop. He was doing that
Mm-hmm.
to antagonize Kendrick Lamar by
Right.
poking at Kendrick's status on the West Coast. You're not as respected as you think you
Mm-hmm.
are. And, and Snoop is a very smart guy, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe he wasn't a critical thinker at that point. Like when you post something on your IG page, either you're trying to
Right.
draw attention to it. So
Mm-hmm.
either Snoop posted it thinking that it was uh, a an endorsement of Snoop, or he enjoyed seeing Drake needle Kendrick, and it had you question where does Snoop's loyalty lie. So
Mm-hmm.
I, but Kendrick, you put it in perspective. He said he let it go. Like
Right.
you kind of shake your head at it, but you just let it go. You wipe your hands with it, and you just chalk it up to maybe that's a one off. Snoop is too legendary. He's too much of an
Right.
iconic figure to hold a grudge over that.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Wayne, on the other hand, I think Kendrick was declaring that um, he is done kowtowing to Lil Wayne. Like Kendrick, he's paid
Right.
plenty of homage to Lil Wayne, singing his
Mm-hmm.
praises. But for weeks, Lil Wayne, he complained about Kendrick Lamar being awarded the headlining slot to perform
Right.
at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Right.
And also because it's in New Orleans, it stung him a lot more. So for weeks,
It did.
rather
Yeah, but
they
the thing is that but it's like this whole, I don't think people understand that the NFL never did that though. They never went to host a Super Bowl in a certain city and then be like, oh well, we got to get that artist from that city. They never did that. NBA never did that. NHL never did that. Like no sporting event does that. You know what I'm saying? Except for like the Major League Baseball did that with the World Series when the Dodgers played the Yankees. They had Ice Cube come out there and do it was a good day and all that, and that's different. But NBA never, the NFL never did that. So it was like, think of like all the legendary artists. You had Michael Jackson, you had Justin Timberlake, you had Beyonce, Coldplay. They never said, "Oh, well, we got to get them because we're gonna host the Super Bowl in that artist's city." They never did that. So I don't understand why Lil Wayne thought he would be any different.
and when I saw Lil Wayne in that video saying it was his childhood dream, to perform at the Super Bowl. I felt like I was watching one of those Make a Wish, like the foundation, the Make a Wish
Right.
Foundation, where they have
Hmm.
kids, that
Right.
are that have certain challenges. I wish I could do this. While I still have a time, like, dude, you're a grown man. You're rich, you're powerful, you're iconic.
Hmm.
You are not a victim. Like, Kendrick did not take anything away from you, and his entitlement is what I believe upset Kendrick. And Lil
I
Wayne's
don't think,
misplaced aggressive.
and I love. I just want to say, like Wheezy. I was not a Little Wayne fan and Hot Boys when it first came out. Like it wasn't up until the first Carter dropped, and when he was doing like those freestyles with Squad Up, and for whatever reason the Squad Up album never came out. That's when this is like Napster era. That's when I became like a listener of Little Wayne. But for all that he's accomplished, he doesn't have those type of songs for the Super Bowl audience. People forget that he doesn't have those songs unless he does a Millie or 6 foot. You know what I'm saying? He don't have those type of songs like Kendrick do. So what?
Mhm.
Even if he was the halftime performance, what kind of songs is he gonna do? He can't. What are you gonna do? Like prostitution slang, pussy monster? He can't do those songs at the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
they would have to like really cut his performance short and then have like other artists on that card because he doesn't have the songs for the Super Bowl audience. His mouth is filthy. You know what I'm saying? Like let's
and
keep it a buck.
mhm. And also Lil Wayne is in the last 10 years, he's been topsy turvy. Like, when you see when you see him perform, half the time, he's walking off stage while the song is still playing. He'll forget his
Mm-hmm,
lyrics. The music
mm-hmm.
he has put out, it hasn't reached critical mass, and he hasn't been a major draw in music. And I think the misplaced aggression about the Super Bowl, I think he's projecting his career travails onto Kendrick.
I
It's
think
kind of it's
he
kind of like
I
it,
I think he has that. He has mainstream success. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mountain Dew's not gonna do a deal with you if they didn't feel like he was a big, draw. You know what I'm saying? My thing is with all that he's accomplished in what 20 something years, he doesn't have those type of songs that he could perform for a Super Bowl audience. There's like kids watching this. It's like, the casual rap fan that's watching this. There's people that don't even like rap that's watching the halftime performance. He don't have those songs still in his discography that he can perform at a Super Bowl. That's my only issue. It's not that he don't deserve it. I think if he had those songs, I would love to see him perform at the Super Bowl, but he don't have those type of songs. We know his songs, the hip hop community, but to the nonchalant fan or somebody that's not a fan or don't know who he is, what is he gonna perform for them? You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to see him perform "How to Love" at the Super Bowl? That's not even one of his best songs. You know what I'm saying? So
I
it's
mean,
like
how to
if it was
love it. How
Kanye
to
West,
love is.
as as
Mhm.
controversial as Kanye is, and people think he's lost his marbles, Kanye West got those songs. He got those big hits. Jay-Z got those big hits. Nicki Minaj, like those are the artists that people want to see. Now, whether or not we get to see a Kanye West, I don't know. We may never get to see, but Kanye West can he has those songs for a Super Bowl. Little Wayne don't. That's just what it
and
is.
how,
And people
and
need to
how to
be honest
love.
about that. Like, yeah, he yeah.
Or I was just going to say, how to love is three chords. Back. It's a basic song with him. Singing. You know, pretty badly as far as I'm concerned. So
But
I think,
that's what I'm saying. It's like you're not gonna, if he performed there, you're not gonna hear the songs you want to hear because of this the type of crowd that's at the Super Bowl. So it's like you're stuck with what maybe Mrs. Officer and How to Love and A Millie. That's about it. You would have to bring on other artists for a Little Wayne set because he can't do it on his own at the Super Bowl. That just he can't do it. You know what I'm saying? So you would have to have like other acts a part of that performance. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Whereas like Beyonce can shut down the performance by herself. She's been on there multiple times. Coldplay could do it. Maroon 5, like those are the artists that they're looking at. They're not looking at Lil Wayne. You know what I'm saying? It's like he kind of fucked his own self up. And then you're bitching and complaining online about the NFL and Jay-Z, and that's the wrong one you want to piss off. Jay-Z's is at the head of that shit. And
and
he can still
I'm
rap.
sure.
So you really wanna battle Jay-Z ain't have a battle since what? Like Dipset? Like you really want to piss Jay-Z off?
I mean, Jay-Z has been battled since the George Bush administration.
He itching
You know
for
what
a
I
battle.
mean?
Like, don't give him a reason to come out of retirement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Atlanta has hosted the Super Bowl many times in the last 15
Mm-hmm.
years.
Mm-hmm.
The question that should be asked is, has the NFL ever reached out to Outkast to headline the Super Bowl halftime show? And I bring that
I
up,
don't think they did. I don't think they did.
but if they haven't reached out to Outkast to perform in Atlanta at the Super Bowl halftime show, why? I don't understand why Wayne would think he would.
Well, see, that was
But
before. I want to say that was before they actually had Jay-Z there. I mean, because we know Jay-Z's there for just the halftime performance. What else is he there for? He was supposed to at some point bring Colin Kaepernick and reinstate him. That never happened. You know what I'm saying? So at this point, I'm looking at it like, yo, you have a business relationship with Roger Goodell to pick every year the artists that you want to see at the Super Bowl halftime show. So we didn't have Jay-Z back then. I believe we didn't have Jay-Z back then in the NFL when that was going on. But if we did, I think he would already picked Outkast because, like I said, Outkast has the songs. I've seen Outkast live. They got the songs. You know what I'm saying? When I went to the Stankonia tour, it was nothing but white kids there, and the white kids know all the lyrics. You know what I'm
and
saying? So it's like they could pull off a halftime show right now. Lil Wayne can't do that.
what do Outkast, Kanye West, and Kendrick Lamar all have in common?
They have songs that they can perform at the halftime show that Lil Wayne don't.
That, but also they're critical darlings. Like
Mm-hmm.
music critics, they have praised each of those guys for being uh, great songwriters and for being great at producing great conceptual albums, throughout their career. If you look at Kanye West, the the first 4 or 5 albums of his career, you could say in any year that he put out an album that it was arguably the best album that came out that year. Same thing with Outkast. Same thing with Kendrick. Has
Mm-hmm.
Lil Wayne ever put out an album where he undeniably had the best
Yeah,
album for that year?
he has that. Carter 3. Carter 3 was his best album. Carter 3 is where he's at now, where people consider him, one of the best all time. It's because of Carter 3 and Carter 2. A lot of people love Carter 2 as well. That whole trilogy, from 1 to 3, was his best shit as an artist. Everything else after that, kind of shaky. Carter 4, shaky. Part 5 was shaky. That rock album he did, the Rebirth, was terrible. He started doing other shit that he really probably shouldn't have did. As well as his mixtape. He was in his mixtape bag in the 2000s. Him and 50 Cent. And saying they were at the best. They were at the forefront of the mixtape era. With you had Dipset and D Block and State Property and Currency, but it was Lil Wayne and 50 Cent. That's the faces to me of the mixtape era. You know what I'm saying? But after Carter 3, when we talk about albums, you don't have nothing else that's great after Carter 3. He got a bunch of mediocre shit or shit that wasn't good. That all that stuff he was dropping. He had like at one point like 6 albums that Baby was holding. That's when he was feuding with Baby and he wanted to offer Cash Money. And he had like 6 albums done, including the album with him and Joel Santana, I Can't Feel My Face, which still is not dropped. He had the album with him and T-Pain that I think T-Pain ended up releasing that online. And it wasn't good. And I've never been a T-Pain fan, but T-Pain sounded good with him. He had The Funeral that came out. Nobody talked about it. He still has other albums that's in the can that he hasn't dropped. You know what I'm saying? Because he had this feud going on with Birdman or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But that's Carter 3 is his last great album. You know what I'm saying? But it put him in a different stratosphere, and he has that he always had that crowd. He has the fan base. It's just that he hasn't dropped a classic album since Carter 3. And it's been like what, 20 years already? You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's basically living off of his past shit. But he still don't have the songs to perform for the Super Bowl audience. For him to do the type of songs that people love from him, he would have to like clean it up, and it would be, and if you're not gonna do that, it would be like you getting like maybe a snippet of different songs from him, and then you gotta introduce another actor come on the stage with him. He don't have those type of songs. He never did.
Let me run something by you. Now, I'll admit I'm not a really big Wayne fan. As a matter of fact, I think Wayne is overrated. But with that said, you know more about Wayne than I do. Mm-hmm. Would the NFL like maybe he may not have enough solo songs that he could perform that isn't very vulgar? But what if Wayne were to headline the halftime show, but bring other people on, like say maybe bring on?
That's what I'm saying. You would have to have other, because he did a ton of features, a ton of mixtapes. You would have to have a set where it's not just him. Like he's gonna bring out his friends, maybe Khaled or T-Pain or whatever. I don't know, but like for him to do it on his own, he don't have those type of songs. Not for the NFL crowd. If it was a regular hip hop show, that's different. He could do whatever because we know it. But the NFL crowd is a different type of audience. There was a time when they wasn't having hip hop artists, even mentioned with the halftime show. So now that you had Dre and Snoop with Kendrick do it, and that was great, and now you have Kendrick doing it for next year's Super Bowl. I think that could open the door for a lot more, but they're gonna be picky. And Jay-Z is smart. He knows it's not gonna be anybody. It's gonna be you have to have sold a lot of records. Number one, number two, you got to be a pop star like the Kanye West. I think Kanye West would be perfect for that. But again, is the NFL gonna let Kanye West on that? And I don't know Kanye's relationship with Jay-Z, so you know what I'm saying. But that's a possibility. But Kanye got the songs. Nicki Minaj got the songs. You know what I'm saying? Chris Brown got the songs. Again, I don't know Chris Brown's relationship with Jay-Z. That whole Rihanna thing really fucked him up. So, but those to me right now can do a halftime show by their own without bringing out people. Now they've done remixes and features with a lot of people as well, so they can always have other artists a part of their shows. But I love Lil Wayne. I think Lil Wayne, he's come a long way from the Hot Boys to where he is now. But he's living off of his past. He does not have an album that people even care about since the Carter 3. He don't. He has a lot of mediocre shit or shit that was bad.
And I'm just thinking about the Super Bowl audience, right? So come February, there's going to be what I'll just make up a figure. Say there's like close to a billion eyes that's going to be watching the Super Bowl. You know, damn sure that I would say at least a third of that billion, they're not looking just for football. So that
Right.
means a lot of them are going to be looking to be entertained. So who are those people?
Right.
A lot of them will be women. A lot of them will
Mm-hmm.
be, you know, uh, maybe, 9 to 5ers, uh, business professionals, people in college. Like they want to be entertained, and they're going to look forward to the halftime show. They don't care
Right.
about the they don't care about the football, but as soon as somebody tells them that, okay, it's halftime, they're going to tell such and such, okay, the halftime show is about to start. Get ready, get your popcorn, and they're going to be tweeting, they're going to be posting on social media their
Mm-hmm.
thoughts on the halftime show, and that brings a
Right.
lot of engagement. I
Right.
think what Jay-Z is considering is that, let's say, if Jay-Z was considering bringing Lil Wayne on as a halftime performer,
Mm-hmm.
okay, even let's say he do have
Right.
the songs, okay,
Mm-hmm.
people going to be tweeting, people going to be talking about the show itself.
Mm-hmm.
What is going to be said about Wayne? How did he affect the ratings? What did he do that really wowed people? And considering that,
I don't even think. Okay, let's say Kendrick performs and he brings out Wayne anyway. I don't think the ratings of the ratings of the game is gonna go by, to me, how the game is. If it's a close game, I love to see close games. If it's a blowout, I think people are gonna tune out, and they're just gonna be focused on the Super Bowl commercials and the halftime show. If it's a close game, well then you got everything. You got the good close game like the Niners and Chiefs in the last one. You got the halftime performance, and then you got the Super Bowl commercials. So I think it's a win-win for everybody.
but
But
see,
I
like,
don't think Little Wayne. I don't think Little Wayne would affect the ratings of it. You know what I'm saying?
no,
Like,
no. What I mean is, like, let's say, but well, first of all, before like, if the game, like, let's say in the first half, like, remember when Denver played Carolina, when Peyton
yeah,
Manning um, went to Denver, and
right.
Denver, no, was it Carolina or was it Seattle? I
Oh,
think it was.
Seattle, the Seattle, that was 2014. Seattle and Denver.
Yeah, like
Yeah, that game was
like
boring.
like
That was a boring game.
like Denver just boat raced Seattle, and it was like 40-9, like something real ridiculous.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
if the
It
first
was bad.
if it's a blowout, if it's a rout, then I think what's going to happen is people, they're going to start looking at the commercials. Okay,
Right.
they'll look at the commercials for a while, and then
Mm-hmm.
if it's not competitive, people are just going to drop out, and then they may wait for somebody they know to say, okay, the halftime show is about to start. Then everybody rush to the TV,
Right.
rush to the phone to see the halftime show. If the
Mm-hmm.
halftime show
Right.
is boring, if it's whack, then Jay-Z will have the answer for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are things
And
that Jay-Z considers.
they're gonna switch immediately to Taylor Swift. If they get bad ratings, it's gonna be Taylor Swift next year.
Hey,
They're
and
dying
why,
to have Taylor Swift
why
do
wouldn't
that
they?
anyway.
Why wouldn't they?
Exactly. She's dating the tight end on the Kansas City Chiefs. So they've been
And,
waiting for her.
and the Chiefs are perennial contenders every year. She's a
Right.
superstar. Her songs always go to number one. You hear her songs on the radio all the time, even when you don't want to hear them. So
Mm-hmm.
the NFL just might, and also politically, now that
Mm-hmm.
who is back in office, they
Right.
just might
Trump.
want to appeal to that audience that do not want to see a blackface performing at all. Like it's
Right.
bad enough that
Right.
we got them people, you know, playing on the field, but let's try to keep it pure. Like if they try to appeal to those people, it would
Mm-hmm.
be in their best interest to do so.
Well, I mean, would they still bring her on because she was anti-Trump, and I think Roger Goodell is friends with Trump, so would they still consider her?
Yeah, because remember, Trump he uh did something with Photoshop or artificial intelligence
Mm-hmm.
to try to give the appearance that she endorsed Donald Trump when
Right.
she did it. But now that he's in office, there's nothing that she can do about it.
Right.
So now, unless she takes a moral stance that says, you know what, I don't want to perform at the halftime show because I believe this audience, is what helped put, 45 and 47 back in office. But I don't think that would happen. I think she's too savvy of a businesswoman and too uh, and she wants as much exposure for her talent as she can, which will increase her brand. Her brand is already big, but why would you not want to perform in front of close to a billion people?
Right.
Even if you're performing for an audience that that you feel voted for someone to run this country that you don't like. Because in the end,
Facts.
money talks and what walks.
I just think the whole thing about Weezy going on social media and he has a problem with it, and Nicki jumps in. It's like everybody is running to his defense. And I'm like, the NFL has never done this. This is nothing new. They've never picked an artist in the same city that they hosted the Super Bowl. So it was like, why would this be any different? When Prince performed in the rain, that was what, in Miami. Prince is not
In
from Miami.
Miami.
He's not from Miami.
Hmm.
And they had the Super Bowl in his hometown of Minnesota. Who was the halftime performance then? That was Justin Timberlake. He ain't from my Minnesota.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't understand why it would be any different for Lil Wayne. Why did Lil Wayne feel like, oh, because Jay-Z's there, he's gonna no? He felt like Kendrick had the song of the year. It went to him. This
And
like going on social media bitching about it didn't help him any.
you just made me think of something. Like, is this going to become a trend? Like, if the Super Bowl was being hosted in Philly, is Meek Mill
Mm-hmm.
going to go on social
No,
media
and he shouldn't.
saying,
He shouldn't. He shouldn't perform. No, no.
I should be
I mean,
headlining the Super Bowl
I could
halftime
think of
show?
other Philly legends like Will Smith or the Roots that could perform at the Super Bowl halftime show over Meek Mill because they have classics. You know what I'm saying?
But doesn't Meek Mill have a connection to Rock Nation? So I think Meek Mill will try to lean on Jay Z. But
Yeah, but
Jay Z
I mean,
will.
I wouldn't want to see that. And look, I love Meek Mill's first album. I loved it. That's really the only album that I fuck with from Meek Mill. But I don't want to see Meek Mill at a Super Bowl halftime show.
But
Not
I
when you
think,
got Will Smith and you got the Roots.
but it's going to become. But I think this is going to become a trend where rappers going to be like, I should rep my city wherever the Super
They
Bowl is
shouldn't.
at.
Jay-Z don't have to do that though. Like it's up to him who he wants. So if it's like they're not going by city. They're going by who deserves it. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like there's a ton others that haven't been mentioned, and it's gonna come down to Jay-Z and that artist. Like, what's your relationship with Chris Brown? Because a lot of people say Chris Brown should have already did one, but him and Chris Brown don't get along because of that Rihanna situation. What's your situation with you and Kanye? Because we know that they were on the outs at one point. Are they friends? Do the NFL trust Kanye enough to be sane to do a Super Bowl halftime show? Because Kanye got the hits, and he has a fan base still. So, you know, like those artists, you know, I was saying somebody else, you know, Post Malone, you know, he has a fan base. You know, Linkin Park, they have a new album out. They have a fan base. So those are the artists I think they need to look at.
But
It don't
if you look at,
it don't always have to be hip. Like hip hop is great. Like I'm glad that they have hip hop in the Super Bowl halftime show finally, but it don't always have to be hip hop. You know what I'm saying? And if
yeah,
anything, if you're gonna do hip hop, why not do some of the legends? Will Smith can do a whole halftime show by himself. Like I said, the Roots.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Run DMC, Salt and Pepper. Like you know what
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
saying?
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Outkast. Like
Run
you know what I'm saying?
DMC, but
Run
but
DMC.
how without Jam Master Jay?
Yes. What you mean? They performed at in the Bronx at the Hip Hop 50 on tour without Jam. Like yo, you can easily fill in Jam Master Jay spot with Kid Capri. Kid Capri's a legendary DJ. Or Chuck Chill Out. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like they chose not to do anymore, not to go on tour anymore because of Jay, but they can still do one more show.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would just, I would just, thinking out loud
Yeah, but
because when you say
yeah,
Run DMC,
like the thing, like yes, like DJs at one point mattered. They mattered. I feel like DJs don't matter anymore. DJs mattered back then. Like the DJ was just as popular as the MC in the group. When you had Spinderella and Salt and Pepper, when you had Jam Master Jay and Run DMC, you know what I'm saying? The DJ for Houdini, I'm forgetting his name right now, but they were, DJ Scratch for EPMD. Like they were just as popular as the MC, but they can still do shows now without that DJ. You know what I'm saying? Why we can't get Run DMC
yeah.
at the Super Bowl halftime show? Were they too old now? You know what I'm saying?
No, I would just, I totally agree with you. It's just that when you mentioned Run DMC, the first thing I thought of was Jam Master Jay. But you're right. Like,
I know, and I get it. But even with Salt and Pepper, they chose to move on and do shows without Spinderella, which is crazy to me because
I
Spinderella
mean,
is
but
just
the
as
difference
popular as
is
Salt and Pepper.
Salt and Pepper never considered Spinderella as a as a real member of the group. The way we talk about Spinderella, we talk about her like
She
she's a
she she is
redheaded
part of the group.
stepchild.
Like all they hit records when you listen to Push It, when you listen to Tramp, you listen to Shoop and What a Man. She was there for those records. She's just as popular as both Salt and Pepper.
I agree, but have you heard? Have you seen interviews with Spinderella lately? Like she did, like
Yes.
when she does an interview, she damn near is close to crying because she talks about how
Yeah.
she feels ostracized from the group. They don't consider her a real member of the group because
And
she
they were
wasn't
wrong
the
for that.
original
They
DJ.
that's on Salt and Pepper. They're wrong for it. They didn't want to pay her and all that stuff. They were wrong for that because she's the group. She's part of the group to me. Okay, the Salt and Pepper that I grew up on, listening to Assault with a Deadly Pepper and Black's Magic and Very Necessary, she was there for that.
I'm
Especially
willing to bet.
that Black's Magic album when Pepper had, was having her first kid and Spinderella filled in for on the mic. And she's not a rapper; she's a DJ. But you can have a DJ fill in for one of the members with like for their verses. That wasn't going on back then. So to me,
I'm willing.
she belongs in that. I don't care what Salt and Pepper said. She's that group.
I'm willing to bet you if you ask the average person on the street and the prize was $1,000, name the original DJ for Salt and Pepper. They couldn't do it.
Nobody remember.
But the general public associates Spinderella with the group. So Salt and
Right.
Pepper they, I think is, I think part of it is that they don't want to have to share money with Spinderella if they do a tour or
Right.
if they do a performance somewhere. But the public relations is definitely taking a hit on both
Right.
of them.
And that's on them. That's on them. They got to clean that up. You know what I'm saying? If they should be ever inducted in the Rock and Hall of Fame, she got to be there because she's part of that group.
Man, man, you gonna light up, you gonna open a can of worms if that happens, bro.
Hey, so be it.
Man,
So be it.
hey,
If
hey,
somebody got to say, like, I'm not going to be politically correct for anyone. Like, she's part of that group, and she needs to be there with them.
shit, man, I'll tell you what will happen if they were to get inducted. I'm willing to bet you that Salt and Pepper, they may try to ice her out. Like, we're not performing if you invite
Yeah.
Spinderella.
Well, then we need to boycott. The whole hip hop community should boycott in support of Spinderella.
They done did it with the tour.
She's part of that group. You can't. I don't understand. You can't suddenly decide to ice this person out after 30-something years because they don't want to pay her. Come on.
They did it with they've done it. I've seen Salt and Pepper go on national talk shows, and whenever the interviewer asked them about Spinderella, they always say that she's like a little she's like a little sis to us. Like we appreciate what she did, but it's just me and Salt, especially Pepper. Pepper,
See?
if you whenever Pepper is interviewed about her, she is not she's not PC, and she really does not care.
But she's wrong for that. She's wrong for that.
And
Because
it's not like
if you go to see something, if you go to see if I go to see Salt and Pepper, and guess what? They still gonna need a DJ. Salt and Pepper don't DJ, so you still need a DJ to get the crowd ready for them to come up on stage. That's Spinderella's job. You feel me?
yeah.
So I don't care what Salt and what she said in interviews. Spinderella's part of the group.
And it's not like they're not aware of how the public feels about it. If you look at their IG comments on Salt and Pepper's IG pages, there's dozens of comments voicing their support of Spinderella, and they just pay it no mind.
Right.
So if they were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, man, I believe there would be a lot of drama. Even if Spinderella had to go on her own, she and have to get through security to accept the award at the podium. She's going to do that.
Even Van Halen had their issues with David Lee Roth and with Sammy Hagar, and they end up bringing both of them back. Guns N' Roses, when they got inducted, Axl Rose wasn't there, but he got his award, and I'm pretty sure he could have showed up. He chose not to. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like they glossed over.
Same thing with
you
the
can't
Sex
gloss
Pistols.
over
Johnny Rotten didn't
that
go.
you made millions of dollars with this particular person. Like Guns N' Roses made millions with Axl Rose. They couldn't gloss over that. Even if Slash and them wasn't getting along. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. Like y'all made history together. Like Spinderella made legendary music with Salt and Pepper. That's just what it is. She's part of the group. I don't care what Salt had to say. Salt is wrong for that. And if Pepper was saying shit, she's wrong for that too. They both wrong. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but I'm wondering, like I wish that there was some way for someone to tell Salt and Pepper, by being stubborn, you don't know how you look to the general public.
Exactly.
You look
because
you
they
look like
chose
you're
money
bullies.
first.
You look like you're bullies. You look like you're trying to minimize the importance of Spinderella. and Spender and not to be vain, but whoever is behind the wheels of steel for Salt and Pepper, be not as fine as Spinderella, and and Spinderella, whenever she spins at an event, she gets the most respect and adoration. So I wish somebody could,
Mm-hmm.
just get in their ear and be like, you know what? Maybe Queen
Yeah.
Latifah, maybe
Mm-hmm.
Roxanne Shante could get in the air and be like, you know what? Whatever is between you and Spinderella, that you can at least drop it for one day. Like if you
Right.
get inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, it should be
Mm-hmm.
a celebration of your careers. Let the fans celebrate you, and after it's over, you can go back to you know ostracizing her or not speaking to her, but it just makes it so clear, just how much you know money and fame can just tear groups apart.
Mm-hmm. And we got a reunion finally from third base. And I never thought I would see the day that MC Search and Prime Minister Pete
Whoa, whoa,
Nice
whoa! Including Pete
squashed the
Nice.
yes. You know what I'm saying? So if third base can get back together, at some point Spinnerella got to be back with Salt and Pepper. They have to.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! So Search and Pete Nice, they actually made amends.
Yes. Yes. They get back together. And I never thought that would happen.
Damn. I thought. I
And they
mean,
performed together.
for decades, like Search, the way Search would talk about Pete Nice, he talked about him like a dog.
Hmm. Yeah. I was it last year, earlier this year. I remember seeing the interview he did with Math on Math Hoffa's show. And he didn't have a lot of good things to say about Pete Nice. You know what I'm
And,
saying? So
and,
somewhere along, even though they didn't tell us, somewhere along the way they were talking, and it got from them talking on the phone to them actually being on stage and performing and taking pictures together. So if they could get back together, then Spinnerella's gonna get back with Salt and Pepper at some point. I have
we'll
faith in
try.
that will happen. And they've been together longer and put out more stuff than third base has.
Isn't there something to be said about the difference between women making amends and men making amends?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
It can't be nothing unless you tell me like like Spinderella slept with Salter Man or something. It can't be nothing that catty that they can't get over it.
yeah, you're right about that. I mean, because I'm just thinking, like, man, like the like the things that women will fight about is
Mm,
sometimes even more cutthroat than men. So when you told me Pete
right.
Nice and Search reunited, it made me think like like
At least for one night. I don't know if it's gonna lead to them being back in the studio making music, but they were taking pictures together. They performed on stage, and that's all anybody can ask for at this point. So we'll see what where that goes.
and considering they're damn near what 60 years old.
Hmm.
I mean, they done you know they done been through it all. Like I'm glad they pieced it up because they're not. It's one thing to beef with each other when you're in your 20s and 30s, but when you're close to
Hmm.
retirement age, you're just like two old farts
Right.
that just bicker with each other. But
Exactly.
I think with Salt and Pepper, I think Salt and Pepper, they hold on to their identities as MCs, and I believe they they may uh, they may appreciate Spinderella's contribution to the group, but if you don't took all of these measures to block her from performances and block her from getting royalties, that's deep seated.
That's crazy.
That's deep seated. So I would love for all three of them to reunite, but
Yeah.
if you blocking somebody's money, it's going to take a little bit longer for y'all to see eye to eye,
It,
than other groups.
but it's always about money. It's always been like that. When you look at some of the best R&B groups of all time, it's always been about money and jealousy and people want to go solo. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, is Spinderella a real friend of theirs, or they just look at her like, oh well, she just another mouth to feed. This is more about us being greedy and keeping the money to ourselves. And I think they're wrong for that. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
what happens when the money dries up? When the money dries up and there's no more money coming in, you still got your friend out there that you left high and dry. You know what I'm saying?
because
I would like to
I
think that Spinnerella is family to them and not just another mouth to feed. You know what I mean?
because I look at them as being equals, but the way I've seen Salt and Pepper talk about Spinderella, it's like she's like they're the older sisters, and she's like the little kid trying to hang
She,
out with them.
but they're all grown with kids. Some of them got grandkids. She's not no teenager. You know what I'm saying? It's like they can't act like that with her at this point. Like that's cool when she first came in the group, but she's grown. She's just as grown as them. She has kids and shit. Like, come on. They still want to pull that big sister shit.
And
That
I
shit don't
give
fly after a while. You
Spinderella
know what I'm saying? At some point, your little sister gonna end up busting your ass.
and I give Spinderella a lot of credit. Like she gives it back to them as much as they give it back to her. Like she's
And she should.
and man, it just because I don't think of all of the people that they have in common with like their mutual associates, Kid and
Mm-hmm.
Play, uh, uh, Herbie Lovebug. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm surprised that they're. I mean, it's 2024. I mean, and
Right.
they've been together for over 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a shame that they just can't let bygones be bygones. I mean, hell, even
A lot of people can't, B.
even NWA made peace with each other after all of the things they went through. And this is a group
Right.
that you know, that had a dispute professionally. They don't.
Mm-hmm.
A lynch mob had it out with Ruthless back in the day. They've had violent conflicts with each other,
Right.
said foul
Right.
stuff about each other. But Easy E, near the end of his life, he reached out to Cube. Cube agreed
Mm-hmm.
to reach out to Dre to reunite. And I
Right.
don't want to see. I don't want to see like something happen uh, to any member of Salt and Pepper, and then they
Right.
regret not piecing it up when they had the chance.
Exactly. Exactly. I agree. I wish CL and Pete would get that message as well. I mean, Pete, he acts like he's done with CL. CL has been on many, podcasts and interviews, and I've seen him talk bad about Pete. And then I've seen him on Drink Champs talk about how he felt like it's time for them to reunite, but he felt like Pete was his investment. First of all, that's just fucking crazy because you're talking crazy when you look at another person like, oh well, that was my investment. Who was he to work with Public Enemy or House of Pain? Like he was in high demand, just like every other producer at that time. Premier was in Gangstar. He was in high demand, doing stuff for J. Rue and for Bombadilla and MOP and all that. I didn't hear Google bitching about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So the whole his whole mentality about he's telling Nori how, oh well, I've matured, I'm wiser now. But you're sitting up there on that very same podcast talking about how Pete was your investment, and you felt like he didn't, you know, it was, I think it was more jealousy, and he didn't want to come out and say that. But
So so by saying that Pete Rock was his investment,
yeah,
then that means that you feel you didn't get a good enough return on investment as you should have. Meaning
he felt like he wanted to do a third
you
album.
didn't
He
get
wanted
the
to do a
career.
third album,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess Pete, I don't know if Pete felt like he didn't want to do a third album with him, or he just was too busy. But he's telling Nori that he felt like that was Pete was his investment, and he was more focused on doing stuff with other artists than to do a third album with him. And I get where CL is coming from, but for you to sit up there and act like you own him because he's in a group with you is just crazy.
I
You know
mean,
what I'm saying? Because like he was in
Nori.
high demand. Like Nas wanted him on Illmatic, and you had everybody that was running to him for a remix or whatever. So why, you know what I'm saying? Like why wasn't you putting out shit on your own?
But this is what Nori should have asked CL Smooth. Do you think Fife Dog had an investment in Q-Tip, and when
Exactly.
Q-Tip started producing for Mobb Deep, started
Mm-hmm.
producing for other acts, you think Fife Dog
Mm-hmm.
felt I'm not getting a good enough return on my investment? My
Right.
career is suffering when you're producing other artists and you're increasing their value. You're giving them hits. You're giving them staying power in the industry, and I'm just languishing. You think
Right.
Chuck D uh, held it against the Bomb Squad when they started producing for Aaron Hall and Belle Biv
Mm-hmm.
DeVoe and
Right.
other
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube and other
Mm-hmm.
acts. I mean, Chuck and also Chuck D could have went solo.
Right. He
I'm I'm,
did.
I'm
He did
sure
go solo. He dropped some solo albums.
when
He did the autobiography of Mr. Chuck. I believe that was 96 that came out. 95, 96.
yeah, I'm talking about like I'm talking about going solo in in Chuck D's prime, like between
Right.
they say 90 and 94.
Mm-hmm.
But you get what I'm saying, right? I think I saw a portion of that interview that CL did with Drink Champs, and
Mm-hmm.
some of his answers to certain questions.
It was
I,
crazy.
I, I like for example, I remember it was like during Quick Slime, and
Mm-hmm.
Nori always asks guests like, "Who do you like, Tupac or Biggie?" And
Mm-hmm.
CL Smooth said, "I prefer Tupac because he got all of the bitches."
Right.
And I'm like, dude, what kind of rationale is that? First of all, you got to be in your 50s. Like, why are you talking
Mm-hmm.
like that? And also,
Exactly.
what kind of rationale is that? Like, what does that have to do with their music?
Exactly.
So I I will always respect CL Smooth for what he did with Pete Rock. But man, Pete Rock didn't hold CL Smooth back. Like CL Smooth, to the best
Mm-hmm.
of my knowledge, he could have
He
cut a solo album of
he
his
was
own.
saying to Nori, he was saying that him and Pete had a meeting with Sylvia Rone at Elektra, and Elektra basically treated him like he was expendable. So they were more focused on Pete's solo career and getting his solo album out, and CL felt expendable. But at the same time, when the mixtape era came in, you wasn't dropping shit. He
Hmm.
dropped like one album in 20 years. You know what I'm saying? And nobody even talks about that album. That was American Me or whatever. He could have been dropping mixtape albums the same way 50 was dropping albums. He didn't do it. So you sitting up there waiting around for Pete. Pete had already went off. He was doing instrumentals. He was doing shit for Ed OG and Dipset, everybody.
And
So
P Rock had the album on BBE. Was it the P
right,
Rock
yes,
instrumentals?
that was the first one. Yeah,
Yeah, because that was the second release on BBE. The first one was Welcome to Detroit with Jay Dilla.
Right. The Delaware,
You
right?
know,
You know what I'm
and
saying?
like Pete
So,
Rock only has
mhm,
24 hours in a day. Like he can't.
right,
But like Pete Rock is chasing his dream as well. Like when you're a producer, like you only have a finite amount of time to really maximize your
right,
talent and your demand in the industry.
hmm right.
So like you said, CL, he could have contributed songs or freestyles to the mixtape DJs out in New York, like Doo Wop or Clue
hmm
or
He didn't do it.
Ron G. Because when you do a mixtape, not you're giving people, number one, you're giving the listener an opportunity to hear more of you.
Right.
If I don't hear you, or if I don't see you, how will I know what you're doing?
Exactly.
And when the years went by, P Rock, he moved on, and P Rock dropped another.
He
P
moved
Rock
on.
dropped Soul Survivor in '98,
Hmm
and to me, I consider Soul Survivor just as good as Main
Classic.
Ingredient or Mecca and the
Definitely.
Soul Brothers in terms of
They,
the
I love,
production and the
I
number
love
of
Pete and
episodes.
CL. I love Pete and CL. They were my very first concert I ever saw in 1992. They were on the Uptown MCA tour. They were the only artists on that tour that wasn't signed to Uptown. And
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them to get back together. But at this point, if Pete is done with CL need to move on. Let it go. Come out on your own. Come out with solo music. Everybody has done it. It can be done. There's a lot of producers that would line up right now to work with him. He can do it. He chose not to do that because he's telling Nori, "Oh, I had kids. I had to raise my kids." But at the same time, everybody had kids. They were still dropping music.
And,
He was waiting around for Pete, hoping that one day Pete wake up and say, "Oh, you know what? Let's do that reunion album." And at one point, they were talking about doing a new album. There was one point when they were talking about doing a live version for Mecca and the Soul Brother with a live band, and it never happened. And something happened when they were on tour, and they had a falling out on tour. So he was done with him because he tried more than once. And I believe the problem is CL. I think CL is hard headed. I think he's arrogant. And that story that he told Nori on Drink Champs about the fight he had with Trouble T Roy and how he felt like he became a star that night after that fight.
that's a
And
horrible thing to say.
it's like, yeah, it was like, why are you talking about a fight that you had with a dead person? And ironically, that same dead person that you fought end up
Inspired
making
your
you the
biggest
biggest
hit.
that your
It
biggest hit
inspired
record
his
ever.
biggest hit.
You know what I'm saying? And Heavy D was against it because Heavy D was pissed off at more. He was more pissed off at Troy because they were in a group. Everybody knew Heavy D and the boys. They were mainstream, and he got upset more at Troy than CL for that fight. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, you're
Mm-hmm.
talking about this fight about it, and the person is already dead and gone. Like, why even go there? Why even mention it? Because it was over some woman. You know what I'm saying? Supposedly the woman was friends with Troy, but she was dating CL, and Troy had an issue with it. So he had a fight with a dead person over a woman. You know what I'm saying? And I just
There's
felt
no
like
remorse about it.
it was just in bad taste for him to even talk about that whole fight. Like nobody needed to know that.
And it was uh and he volunteered that information. Nori didn't ask him
Yeah,
anything about it.
exactly. We didn't ask him about it. So it's almost like, so now when people see this, they're gonna look at Troy in a different light because of that fight over a woman. You know what I'm saying? The same person that you fought over a woman that gave you a hit record. So what I mean? I didn't like that whole interview. The way that he
but
was talking, he was just talking like arrogant. I'm like, you didn't come out with like you could have had a successful solo career. Big Boy did it.
but but
Big Boy never waited
but
around
but,
for
but,
Andre.
but also when CL said that said that about uh T Roy, it can also it can also make listeners question the sincerity of the lyrics on Troy.
That's another thing.
you don't, when a person dies, I don't. If you have beef with this person, you did not like this person, and
Right.
they die, then just you know, like even what's that saying? Even warriors put their spears down on Sunday.
Right.
Like, let it go, man. Like,
Exactly.
you know, you don't have to mention it at all. But you don't think people weren't listening to, you know, they reminisce over you with different ears, like
Right.
questioning, like, do you really believe what you're saying? You
Mm-hmm.
know, if you're saying you became a superstar when T. Roy
Mm-hmm.
died, that's like spitting on somebody's grave.
Right. Now he also said that they became good friends. I don't know how tight they was before Troy passed away, but he had you. I mean, I would hope that he was one of your best friends for you to dedicate a whole song to that became, a hip hop anthem. I would hope he was great friends with him. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
Because that would be like, oh well, you kind of lied to us for all these years, and we thinking that you and Troy were great friends, and you just made the damn song out of his tragedy to sell records.
It's like remember what's that scene in Juice when uh was it Q, Steele, and
Mm-hmm.
Bishop went to the funeral of Raheem,
Right.
and Bishop was talking to Raheem's mom,
Mm-hmm.
knowing all the time that he
He
killed.
wasn't friends with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you hug the mama and you done killed, that just makes it so
Yeah.
disturbing and so chilling.
And
But
I
but but
think
but
even when you mention that funeral scene, I think that's when Q realized like, yo, this nigga ain't shit. I gotta distance myself from Bishop.
yeah, because you if you look at Q's eyes, he
Mm-hmm.
was shook. Like
Yeah.
like you said, he realized I cannot trust this guy. This guy
Yeah.
is
Mm-hmm.
a psycho,
Mm-hmm.
and if he would hug Raheem's mother, knowing and I don't know, man. But
Mm-hmm.
back to
I know
but
exactly because remember also he was talking. It was just him and Steel chilling with each other, and they knew like, yo, wait, we ain't fucking with Bishop. He on some other shit, and they were distancing themselves from Bishop. But Bishop was like, yo, like y'all don't call me no more. Y'all not chilling with me. What's going on?
and that was the hardest part because
Mm-hmm.
when you try to distance yourself from people,
Mm-hmm.
your routines change,
Right.
lifestyles change, and when Bishop saw Q and Steele, and they went the other way when he was being jumped,
Right.
he they still in Q knew that they had a death warrant
Yeah.
because Bishop was mad that they didn't have his back, and Steele and Q were upset and afraid for their lives against Bishop. But back to
Right.
P Rock.
Yeah.
If you P Rock, like what incentive do you really have to put up with CL's disrespect of you? You
Right.
don't produce for Smith and Wesson. You don't produce for
Mm-hmm.
Sky Zoo. You don't
Yep.
produce for Smoke Dizza. You don't
Yep.
produce arguably rap album of the year in Common.
Oh
Like
yeah. For sure.
I'm 30 years deep into my career, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
nominated for a Grammy.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm concerned, like if you really feel that way, you know, don't ever talk to me again. We ain't
Right.
gotta see each other. Just I don't want nothing bad to happen to you, but I just can't have the energy around me.
That's exactly what he put on his Instagram page. He made a whole post about it, and he told the fans they need to get over it because he's already over. He's been over it for years. The fans need to move on from it. And he said I wish nothing but CL the best in his career, but but I'm over it, and I'm over it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, like I've gotten a chance to see them before they broke up. It was great. They gave us 2 classic albums. I'm good. If they never reunite, so be it. They gave us 2 classic albums.
And
You know what I'm
also
saying?
this puts and also this, if you really think about it, in 2024 alone, LL Cool J put out an album. Ice Cube just put out an album. Um,
Yeah.
who was Q-Tip
Rakim.
produced? Yeah, Rakim. Q-Tip
Mm-hmm.
produced an album for LL. So
Mm-hmm.
if CL Smooth, if he's seeing what they're doing, then there is no excuse for him to not put out an album. I don't care how
Exactly.
much it sells. I don't care how much it streams. Just
I
put
agree.
out the album and let the fans find it. You know,
I,
if they want to hear it, they'll seek it out.
I agree. I want to get to these 2 albums though. The Kendrick album. Now you said you liked the first album song, "Whacked Out Murals."
Yes, it is. It was a grower. Like it's slow. It's like a slow burner
Right.
because it was an odd choice for an opening track.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I but one of the things that kind of grated on me is
Right.
that Kendrick's rapping delivery at times can be very uh it can be very jarring. Like it can like there's some aspects of his flow where he'll drag words out and then he'll speed it up.
Right.
Uh it can leave a lot to be desired, but it's a deep there's songs on this album that I like more. Usually when you have a opening track, it's
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be off to the races. It's supposed to set the template
Right.
for the album. So if on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say it's like a 7.
And he had like he met like some the Spanish singer, the female singer.
Oh
I think
yeah,
he met at a
he
Dodgers
met
game
at
or
the
something.
Dodgers game.
Right. He met at a Dodgers game, and then it was like maybe days later she's in the studio recording with him.
Then that means this album was recorded pretty recently.
Yeah. Yeah. And I thought it was good. It's a good track. It's not like something that's gonna be my favorite, but it's a good track. The track, Squabble Up, that's the new single. Um, I love the it has like an '80s old school feel to it. Um, and the video's out. It's like blowing up all over YouTube, and I enjoyed the song. What did you feel about Squabble Up?
Like I was thinking, usually at this time of year, um, there's a phrase called hoodie music, and
Mm-hmm.
because you're from New York, like Midwestern and East Coast cities, like during the winter, you put on your boots, you put on your gloves,
Mm-hmm.
like your coats, the Scullies. Uh, this is like an example of hoodie music would be like What We Do by Freeway, Beanie Siegel,
Right.
Jay Z.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about Squabble Up, it is so bright and it's so
Right.
it's Cali electro funk.
Mm-hmm.
So like for here, I listen to it. I like it, but it's not the kind of music that I'm going to ride to. Like
Right.
like this is like the this is a good example of something that is good, but it's regional sounding. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
sure in
Right.
Cali, with the palm trees and the great weather, this is going to, bang, you know, in lowriders and at barbecues, but you know, but here in Detroit, with 40-degree weather, I can say this is a song that I'm going to go to a lot. I like it. I
Right.
appreciate it for what it is, and the sample of Debbie Deb, I love music.
Everything.
To me,
Yeah.
that is the most important part of the song.
Yeah.
Like lyrically, but the third verse is where Kendrick really brings it home. But to me, lyrically,
Mm.
it's similar to Humble. There's some,
Right.
it bounces, but this is
It's
not
catchy.
any. Exactly, it's catchy.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, Track 3, we got Luther, and he actually sampled Luther Vandross on this song. You got Scissor that's doing vocals as well on here. I liked it. It was cool. It's not like one of my favorites. What did you think about it?
Man, I do not like this song at all.
You didn't like this?
And I don't like the song mainly because I don't. To me, if you're going to do a singing duet
Hmm.
with a singer, then you have to be able to sing yourself.
Right.
Kendrick, he can hold a note, he can sing here and there, but to like sing and croon a vocal duet
Hmm.
like this, it requires some pipes. You don't have to be the
Right.
greatest singer, but when I heard it, as soon as I heard the Luther sample, I felt like this is like the DJ Khaled formula. Like when Fat Joe sampled that Luther Vandross song for his last album,
Right.
it's the same thing. Like, okay, I got the sample the classic Luther Vandross song
Hmm.
and slow the tempo down. Do uh, do some things with the programming of the drums to make it palatable for radio, but I didn't like this song. So for me, this is like this is like bottom tier stuff.
Okay. Track 4, we got Man at the Garden. And this, when I first heard this, I'm like, yo, this is one mic. This is Kendrick's version of one mic. Even the beat sound like one mic. Had like
Mm-hmm.
that Spears beat or whatever. And Kenny did his thing on it. He said, pray for those against me. Had my ancestors sent me. I deserve it all. I liked it. I just looked at it like it was his version of one mic. Like he was inspired by Nas's version, and he said, "Oh, I could do that." So what did you think about this one?
Well, musically, there's like those what was it? Like those black chords, like those synths that sound
Yeah, the same song.
very dark and very moody.
Hmm.
It's a great. It provides a sonic scape for Kendrick to really be confessional. I felt a lot of what
Right.
Kendrick was talking about. Like him saying like, what was I deserve this. I deserve my car. I deserve everything. I deserve all of the great things that life can give me. Um,
Right.
it's that it is it's probably I can like I like the song, but it's it's like I heard the one mic um reference immediately, but
Hmm.
it doesn't. But where it fails to me, as far as like narratives are concerned, lyrical narratives, one mic
Yeah.
was a consistent narrative where he's talking about several things himself, talking about the world, talking about his inner fears, inner insecurities.
Right.
Sometimes I felt like Kendrick was just, you know, grabbing things from out of the air and trying to see what will stick. I felt
Right.
like he could have, like some sentiments could have been better expressed, but it's a good song.
Track 5, we got Hey Now. I just thought it was a dope beat. I ain't really have nothing much to say about it.
Yeah, Hey Now is a skip to me. Like I
Okay.
like the flow of this album is very weird because I'm thinking because like when you mentioned was it Luther?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't like Luther, but in the sequence of the album, I'm just vibing out, and then I
Right.
can just wait for the next song, Man and Garden. Hey Now is kind of like taking 10 steps forward and then 15 steps back.
Okay. Um, Now track 6 is one of my favorites. Reincarnated, and he's rhyming over the Tupac and the Outlaws made niggas beat, and that's always been one of my favorite tracks. Very underrated Pac song to me. That was from I think Gang Related, the Gang Related soundtrack.
Yeah,
And yo, like when I heard it, it felt like he was channeling Tupac. Like he even was rhyming in Tupac's flow. And I know like in the past I've seen him in interviews and he's talked about how Tupac was a major influence on him. So I feel like this was like a homage to Tupac, like a love letter to him. Like him being reincarnated as Pac in 2024. And when he says reincarnated on this earth for 100 plus, body after body, lesson after lesson, let's take it back to Michigan in 1947. Like when you hear how he delivers his rhyme, it sounds like Tupac. Like like Tupac had a certain flow that nobody else sounded like. Nobody else sounded like Pac. And when you hear Pac, you knew that was Tupac, and that's how he sounded on this record for me. But for me, I felt more like it was a tribute to Tupac than him actually jacking Tupac's flow for this song.
yeah, I totally agree with you
Mhm.
wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
When people talk about Tupac's flow, people have to look at Tupac's career album by album. Now, the Machiavelli album,
Mhm.
Tupac's voice is very, it has a lot of baritone with a certain gravitas and manliness to it. There's a certain
Right.
aggressiveness that at times can sound belligerent, can sound very angry, can sound very fiery. That's what
Mhm.
people are describing when they talk about the Tupac flow
Right.
of Machiavelli. And one of the unsung heroes of this song
Mhm.
is the person that produced the original song that it samples, Johnny J.
Mhm. Right.
I've seen on the net many people confuse made niggas for how do you want it and hit them up. Now, hit
Mhm.
them up, how do you want it and made niggas. Those three songs were produced by Johnny J. Johnny
Right.
J was Tupac's uh, closest collaborator as a producer.
Mhm.
What made niggas and reincarnated have in common with how do you want it is the snare and the kick.
Right.
They have it's the same snare and kick. So that's
Mhm.
why when uh like when reincarnated first starts, there's like a free clicks of the metronome. like,
Right.
and then the fourth beat is the kick and the snare, and then the rolling pianos. So
Right. Yes.
I really appreciate the producers of reincarnating, keeping the bulk of Johnny J's music intact, but also making musical
Mhm.
embellishments throughout the song with the swung of the strings and um, certain keyboard flourishes, to provide tension between the verses. This is a very compelling song, particularly for the storytelling.
Mhm.
Like this is a song where you have to really take your time and you have to. This seems like it took like weeks, if not months, to write, and just to
You
get
think so?
certain detail. Yeah, just to get certain details right, particularly the second verse where
Right.
he makes references to the Chitlin Circuit. And
Right.
if you don't know what the Chitlin Circuit is, you'll miss out on a major clue of what he's of who he's talking about. And of
Mhm.
course, if you don't know, the Chitlin Circuit was a network of black concert halls, eateries, restaurants, and businesses where black performers could perform in Jim Crow South because everything was segregated. If you were a musical performer, if you went to a white establishment, you couldn't use their bathrooms. You couldn't eat where they serve food at. So the Chitlin Circle was where black people, were able to stay at hotels and perform. The When
Right.
he started talking about angelic voice, it made me think of Billie Holiday. Because her life was so sad and so tragic. If
Right.
you're familiar with her story, you know, blues and jazz singer, she really
Mhm.
made it
Yep.
big in the music world, and then the FBI really they were insidious on really making her life a living hell. And
Right.
there's certain details that he brings up that really crystallizes just how much black performers had it bad in the music business. So when he brings it home present day, he talks about what he has inherited from other past lives, certain uh, experiences in the business. So for me, to bring it to a close, this is the best song on the album because I feel like Kendrick Lamar took the most time writing,
Mhm.
rapping, and truly getting all of the musical elements perfect in order to get the message across. And this is his best rapping on the album.
I
For
think
all of
so
the
too.
reasons that you just mentioned, I felt
Yeah.
like
And
every
mhm.
word, every syllable was punctuated for
Yeah,
effect.
definitely. Um, I just wanted to say like the producers on here was like the album was mainly done by Soundwave and Jack Antonoff from Bleachers. Yeah, they're like an alternative band. And Jack Antonoff, he's done stuff for Taylor Swift and Lord, Lana Del Rey. He's gotten Grammys. So just to have him produce with Soundwave, and Soundwave, he's done stuff on To Pimp a Butterfly. It was just dope. And then you got Mustard did 2 tracks. He did the next song we're gonna talk about, TV Off, and he did Hey Now, and Kamasi Washington co-produced Luther, and Terrace Martin had he co-produced Dodger Blue. So those are like the main producers on the album, but it was mainly done by Soundwave and Jack Antonoff. So yeah, like Reincarnated is one of my favorites on here. It was great. It was just great to hear Kendrick over like a regular beat and not some, you know, trappy sounding, 808 track or whatever. You know what I mean? But he definitely killed it. Track 7, we got TV Off featuring Lefty Gunplay. I like the track. It's catchy. When he's saying, it's not enough. Few solid niggas left, but it's not enough. I like the melody for it. This is something that I think you will hear a lot more. I could definitely see him coming out with a video for it. So yeah, it was one of my favorites. I mean, he did his thing on here. Is like I said, like it's catchy. I think people gravitate to it. So, what did you think about it?
Well, the first thing that I thought of when I heard the title was Hassan Campbell. Like because Hassan Campbell, whenever he says turn your TV off, it's slang for kill somebody, and I just felt like in a way I felt like. But number one, I knew as soon as I heard the song, I knew that Hassan Campbell was going to do a big blog about it, claiming,
Right.
you know, he wanted to, claim, songwriting credit for it and all of this stuff. But back to the song. This is a very catchy song. This is very rhythmic and has a very uh, bouncy feel. Um, I did think I hate to say this, man, but
Mm-hmm.
when I get on Jay Z about it, it annoys me. So if I get on Jay Z about it, I gotta get on Kendrick about it. Quoting, you know, "Kicking the Door" by Biggie, and quoting it verbatim, not even flipping a line, not even reimagining, those bars with a new meaning. I did not
Yeah.
like that, man. Because like when Jay Z does it, I think it's cheap because Jay's when he quotes Biggie, he's quoting it wholesale, and he's not
Mm-hmm.
acknowledging that he is quoting Biggie. So when other
Right.
rappers do it, I do not like it, and I did not like it when Kendrick did it here. Um, I did like the third verse is my favorite because he really hit a lot of dope punchlines. Like
Right.
um, did you like when he said "Walk in New Orleans" with the etiquette of L.A. yelling
Mm-hmm.
uh, "mustard"? What did you immediately think of?
What did I think of?
To me, I thought
I
that was a
mean,
sub at Lil Wayne.
you think so?
I thought that was a subliminal diss to Lil Wayne. I could be wrong, but that was the first thing that I thought of. Um, I did like uh, I did love. To me, this the best line from this song was when he said, "I hate a bitch that's hating on a bitch and they both hoes. I hate a nigga hating on them niggas and they both broke." Like that should be like a IG meme.
Right.
That should be a meme that floats around because it's true.
Right.
So all in all, this is my second favorite song on the album.
All
I
right.
like it more
Track
than
8.
I like it more than Squabble Up. I like it more than uh, Whack Out Murals.
Yeah. Track 8, we got Dodger Blue, and I seen people already talk about how like this is like his version of To Live and Die in L.A. It's like a Cali, his tribute to Cali. And I thought it was good. It had like a Cali bop to it. Beat was fire. So I mean, he's from Cali. He's gonna rep the Dodgers. So What did you think?
Um, I definitely did not get to live and die in LA
Yeah,
vibes.
I didn't get that
You know,
album.
I you know, for several reasons. Number one, um, Dodger Blue is very melodic.
Mhm.
He's not really rapping. He's very much singing, and he really doesn't push his voice that much. Dodger Blue is this
Right.
phrase is very cliche, it's overused, but it applies here. It's a vibe. You know,
Right.
this is the
It's a vibe.
song
Yeah.
where I can imagine, people in LA, they'll play this at top volume. They'll, this is a song that you listen to on the freeway late at night, 1 in the morning, and you just, you know, driving and you enjoying the breeze on you, and you just, uh, uh, just zone out, just enjoying
Right.
the streets and the atmosphere of Los Angeles. Um, I mean, I definitely like it. I just didn't get to live and die in LA vibes, you know.
Yeah, me neither. I, I think they were definitely trying to do too many comparisons to him and Pac on this album. I'm like, come on, let's stop that.
Because
You
if
know,
that's the case, is Whacked Out Mirror supposed to be against our odds?
I don't know.
it, but it makes you think if they're drawing so many parallels to this album and Machiavelli, you have to at least question what parallels on this album do you draw elsewhere?
I've seen comparisons. Like they had like a whole post where people was like comparing different songs to this and what this mean, and I'm like, I didn't want to get into all that because that's just people's speculation on shit. We don't know
And, and
unless
it's like
Kendrick come
China,
out and actually say it. We don't know. You know what I mean?
and it's like Chinese arithmetic. Like people
Yeah.
can you know give entire dissertations about the meanings and the hidden meanings of of songs and the symbolism of certain imagery, in the videos
Right.
and other things in pop culture. I don't have the energy for that.
Yeah. It was just people. It's like the minute the album came out, an hour later, they already dissecting. Oh, well, he said this. This is what this mean, and in the trailer there was a song that's not on the album, so it mean he got another album coming out. We don't know that. Only Kendrick knows that.
People, you notice that people will they'll take the time to do deep dives into music more than you know spend hours doing homework or hours
Mhm.
uh, doing the job at work. It's like
Exactly.
it's like damn, like I'm thinking like if an employer wanted to increase productivity in the workplace,
Hmm.
just give them assignments where it's similar to a song.
Right. They want to break down every little thing. Oh, this song has to be his version of "To Live and Die in L.A." And this song is, I'm like, come on, the album just came out. Live with the album for a good month or for the rest of the year before you start breaking down shit. I don't listen to music like that. I don't understand how these people could just listen to an album, for 1 hour and then already they're dissecting the whole damn album.
Yo, because it has to be like they listen to the album and then and they just looking at the clock like, man, I gotta do a blog about this before somebody
Yeah,
beats me to the punch.
yeah. I'm not with that at all. I don't care about doing shit like that. And for me, it's like if I play the album and I'm not continuously playing it, then it's not a classic for me. And there's been plenty other albums this year that I've continuously played, like the Pete Rock and Common album and Dog Pound album was great. LL's album, the Innocent Pack and Knowledge, the Wild Lord album. Those are the albums I've been playing all year. I don't know if I'm gonna play this for the rest of the year or going into next year. Like there's some songs I like, but we'll get to that. But track 9, we got Peekaboo. I like the beat. I didn't think Kendrick was saying shit on this track though. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like I
Yeah.
was when we initially did the review for this with Reg. Shout out to Reg. I had told him, I'm like, his sound is very different now. Like it's not like, when he was dropping Good Kid, Mad City and To Pimp a Butterfly. He has like it's like I call it Bompton Bop. Because he's from, when he's from Compton, and when he first came out, he was doing that whole Bompton thing. I call it Bompton Bop. Like that's what he has. He has a bunch of bops, and it has like that Cali Bompton sound. But like if you listen to YG would sound perfect over these beats, because that's the type of sound that he
it,
has.
it's like danceable music for gangsters.
I mean, maybe maybe that's the sound that Cali has adopted now. That maybe that it's like it's gangster, but it's also like kind of trappy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like for me, like it's not typical G Funk for me. Like I grew up on G Funk. It's not G Funk. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's the sound that they adopted now, in Cali, but that's the sound that he's adopted. Like his sound
Yeah,
is
because
very
when you
different
talk about
from.
because when you talk about G Funk, you're talking about George Clinton or Roger
Right.
Troutman. I don't hear the, you know what it is, man. Like I don't hear the funk
Right.
in Bop and Bop. I think that's what it is. I just
Right.
don't hear the funk in it.
It's like a Rich had mentioned, it's like the hype. Remember when the hyphy sound was big, when
In the
E40 was
day,
doing that and Too Short and them. Yeah,
yeah.
it's almost like a mixture of that. You know what I'm saying? And there's artists, Boogie and G Perico, like this artist that they're doing that type of sound, and I think Kendrick has adopted that for his own. You know what I'm saying? Like I noticed it on the last album. You know what I'm saying? But he went full in on this album, and with the exception of the two songs with the Hot Part 6 and Reincarnated, where he's actually rapping over a normal instrumental. You know what I'm saying? Because those came out back in the day, but his sound is very
It,
different now, and I think that's what it is. Because I saw another podcast mention that, like, listening to this album, he don't have no big hits on this album. He has
it,
bops, but they're not like nothing that's like a long, like, like when he had All Right was an anthem. You had Poetic Justice, even that, and I love that song with him and Drake. And he had
mhm.
what's the other joint that the Recipe with him and Dre, even though that was a bonus track on Good Kid, Mad City. Like he has anthems. When you listen to this album, he don't have that on here. It's just like a bunch of songs thrown together.
Would you say that Reincarnated and the Heart Part 6 are the outliers on this album?
Those are my favorite two songs on the album, because
Got you.
like, and we know Kendrick can do this because he's done it before. Like he's just straight spitting over a regular beat. It's not nothing with 808s and all these other bells and whistles. And he's
For
done that.
example,
He's done that in the past.
like
Huh?
like like the Heart Part 5 from Big Steppers and Mr. Morale. I
Right.
like to me, I like the Heart Part 5 more than any song from that album.
Hmm. Yeah, that was dope, and I love that, I love all the heart songs. I love that song as well, and the joint that he did, that Alchemist produced with the domestic violence. I forgot the name of that joint. The domestic violence song, and he had the
Hmm.
video with Shorty, the actress. But that was great. But even with that album, there was joints on there like I didn't care for, and people was already saying that was album of the year. I'm like, what, album of the year? Why? Because it's Kendrick. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying?
like
So
we're gonna get into that
yeah,
during the next album
yeah.
review
We
because
we it's like
I
people
got a lot
just,
to say about that.
yeah, they just get caught up in the moment, and I get it. It's like, but you gotta listen. This is the thing, when I tell people, y'all sit up there and call shit classic. If y'all not playing these albums in years to come, and months and all that, it's not a classic. Playing it today and in the weekend, and then y'all dropping it for the next album. It's not a classic.
The question that I have is: are people going to be spinning this album as many times as they are right now before Christmas?
No, I know I'm not. I could already tell you there's like a good maybe 4 songs that I'll play from this album if I would go back to the album, but it's not gonna be an album that I haven't even played it like that since the album came out. I played like twice.
So
You know what I'm saying?
there's 4 songs on this album that you're gonna go to regularly.
Yes, like
So that
the Heart Part 6, Reincarnated, TV Off, and Squabble Up. I like Squabble Up with the old school sample. That's it. Everything else is like
that's 33%.
Yeah.
No. That's 25%.
Mm-hmm.
Out of 12 songs, that's not a good rate.
It's not, but I mean, at this point, I feel like Kendrick could do no wrong in people's eye. Like he could drop another album tomorrow, and people already say, "Oh, wait, he got 2 classic albums for the whole year." You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I remember 1996 when Pac dropped All Eyes on Me and Machiavelli. I remember in 1998 when DMX dropped It's Dark and Hell Is Hot, and then Flesh of My Flesh, Blood of My Blood. Those were classic albums. You know what I'm saying? Those are 2 classics by artists that are no longer here, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? I don't think this is a classic album.
But like when you mention All Eyes on Me and It's Dark and Hell Is Hot, Tupac and DMX, they weren't trying to emulate their predecessors. Like, imagine if Tupac would have tried to emulate KRS-One's flow on any song from All Eyes on Me.
Right.
Or imagine if Rakim is one of DMX's influences. Like, imagine if DMX took let's take a song like Niggas Done Started Something and wanted to rap just like Rakim.
Right.
Would we be saying it's dope? Or would we be saying...
I mean, minus that song, the song is still, I mean, the album is still great though. He still had countless bangers on it. You know, How's It Going Down and Stop Being Greedy. You know, Rough Riders Anthem. Like, to me, it's still a classic album, even if that one song he chose to use Rakim's flow. But when you have a 12-track album and people already dissecting the album and you know comparing it to what Pac did, and I'm like, come on, like this is I don't get. The only song on here that I felt like he sounded like Pac was Reincarnated because he used the Pac beat and he actually rhymed in Tupac's flow. You know what I'm saying? But I don't get when you hear Dodger Blue, I don't get To Live and Die in LA vibes from that. You know what I'm saying? And more than likely, the people that are saying that was not around when Machiavelli came out.
But also consider in 19, like for example, for All Eyes on Me and for It's Dark and Hell Is Hot, the energy wasn't online. The energy was in the streets. Like the energy was in the streets when you can see and hear people riding in their cars blasting a song from for both of those albums.
Right.
To me, I wonder, are people really banging this album in a car? Because
I haven't heard nobody bang this album yet. So
yeah, that's my point. Like cars, they drive the energy in the hood. Like when people are blasting music at high volume and you can hear the bass coming down blocks, that's a sign that this album is making a dent in this neighborhood, in this city.
Right.
It's hard to get a sense of how this album is being received beat, offline. Online, you can see it because
Right.
if you have a computer, if you have a phone, you can, go to social media to see how people are reacting to it.
Right.
But in order for an album to truly be classic, it has to resonate offline. Like it has to resonate at the barbershop. It has to resonate at family gatherings. It has to resonate, you know, at the mall when you're going to get something to eat
Right.
because it's part of the black experience.
Right.
Like the black experience is not, Wi-Fi and
Right.
uh iHeartMedia.
I mean, there's joints on here that I could tell you people will be bumping it. Like I said, like TV off. That's a joint I could hear people, driving by and they bumping that and reincarnated because everybody loved Tupac over here. You know what I'm saying? Tupac was like one of our own. You know what I'm saying? The Hard Part 6 because of the SWV beat. There's joints that people will be bumping. The whole album, I haven't heard nobody bump the whole album over here.
Do you think like maybe like an indication of certain songs resonating uh resonating beyond uh social media is how many rappers rhyme over an instrumental from a certain album. Like for example, I
Right.
just saw Arsenal, who's going to battle Murder Mook next month.
Mm-hmm.
Arsenal did a freestyle over the Whacked Out Murals beat, and
Right.
I could see MCs doing freestyles over Whacked Out Mural and
Mm-hmm.
Reincarnated.
Right.
So is that like a sign where it's
Yeah,
starting to
because I,
take
I,
off?
I think like what right, like the album is still new, right? I think, but if you give it time and you start hearing other artists freestyle to like, maybe they'll pick the Luther beat or they'll pick Man at the Garden. I think once that starts, because that happened with Damn, because when Damn first came out, I remember listening to that. I'm like, this is a very different album for him. And then I started to hear more people over certain beats like Element, or they were rhyming to Humble, and then the NBA was promoting it. They were playing Humble during the playoffs of that year, or whatever. So once you start hearing how the songs affect society and mainstream, then we can start saying, okay, well, you know, we felt this way about this album when it first came out, and then how the album grow with society, which is what it's supposed to do anyway. That's when you could say, is it one of his best albums or is it a classic or whatever? Because when Ready to Die came out, immediately nobody, first of all, when I was 16, 15, 16, I wasn't, that word classic never came out of my mouth because we didn't care about that. Like, as long as the album was fire, that's all that mattered. If it was in my heavy rotation and I was playing it every day, that's all that mattered to me. And I remember like the kids at school, in the back of the class, and they talking about, yo, what video should Biggie drop next? He should do a video for Unbelievable or Machine Gun Funk, or he should do a video for Give Me the Loot. That was the conversation. It wasn't, oh, this is a 5 mic classic. That's only shit that people, understood when we read the Source magazine. And even the Source got it wrong. And I never went by what the Source said. Oh, well, the Source gave Common's Resurrection a classic. Oh, I must go out and get it. You know what I'm saying?
If you
I didn't go
read
by what the Source said. As long as the album was fire to me and I was playing it, that's what mattered. So I was going to the record store to get it. But in
if
this
you
day and age, with social media and all these blogs and podcasts, people go by what other people say. Oh, even if I don't like the album, it don't mean y'all should not like the album. That's just me. I might not like the album, but another person might feel like it's a classic album. But for me, it's like I don't listen to music like that where I listen to an album 1 hour ago and then all of a sudden it's a classic to me.
if you read the original if you read you can find it online,
Right.
but look up the original album review for Doggy Style in the Source magazine. I believe the writer was Reginald Dennis or Reginald
Mm-hmm.
Williams.
Right.
he wrote he said he did not like the album because in his words it wasn't a true solo album, meaning you heard more from Snoop's label mates at Death Row more than Snoop. Now maybe that is
That's not
true.
true. No, I
Yeah,
disagree with that.
but let's say even if it is true,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't mean that the album wasn't dope. Just for you know, because at that time, like having a lot of people on songs, it wasn't very common. It was kind of like an
Right,
outlier. But
right.
but you
So
but you mean to tell me you don't like uh Doggy Style because Lady of Rage was the first voice that you heard on G Funk intro, or
exactly.
because
I mean,
Dog
if you
Pound was
look
on.
at okay, so when you look at the Chronic, is the Chronic a compilation album or is it a solo album from Dr. Dre?
To me, it's a solo album.
Right.
I mean, to me, a compilation is what Dre dropped in '96. The
The Aftermath.
Aftermath
Yeah.
presents.
Hmm.
You know, the Chronic still has Dre rapping on the bulk of the album. Like Dre
Right.
is rapping on "Let Me Ride," "Nothing But a G
Hmm.
Thing," "These Nuts," "Little
Right.
Ghetto Boy," "Nigga with a Gun," "Rat a Tat Tat." The only songs he didn't rap on were "Lyrical Gangbang"
Hmm.
and
Straight out of Stranded on Death
and
Row.
the Roach. Yeah, sure.
Stranded on Death Row. He was on that album.
And the Roach.
And the Roach, right? Yeah.
You know,
But
so
that's
if
a solo album produced by Dre, and he had the various different Death Row artists at that time on the album with him. And I think that was a great introduction to all of them, because when Doggy Style come out, everybody know who Snoop is with Deep Cover and hearing them on the Chronic. And then when his album came out, you saw what it did. Same thing for Dog Pound and everybody else on that album. So I think whoever wrote that is fucking stupid. I think he should be fired. Let me tell you, like the Daily News back in the day, every Sunday,
mhm.
when we would get the paper, they would have like one writer for their newspaper that would do the album reviews for the newest albums. And I actually emailed this person. His name was Jim Farber, and Jim Farber used to write. He used to do all the music reviews at that time for the Daily News, and he did All Eyes on Me. He did. I think it was the Outcast when I emailed him because that's when like we first got the internet and they was leaving like their emails. When I actually emailed them and I told him I'm like yo like when you writers for these papers and these magazines actually do these reviews, are you all actually listening to the album or y'all just skimming through it and then writing whatever? And he emailed me back and he told me like he's actually goes through every album and come up with their review, but I don't feel like writers for like newspapers like that really get what we listen to. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
when it comes to like Spin Magazine and Billboard Magazine and all that, they don't really get it like how we would. Like if we were, reading the Source Magazine or Double XL or Vibe Magazine or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because it's like for me, it's like I gotta fully be invested in that album before I go into the next one. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I'm not just gonna skim through the album and then just write whatever. So I don't think a lot of them really got they just like put out their thoughts and whoever read it, they went off of that. But it's like that's why I kind of stayed away from like newspapers and reading their reviews on shit because they don't know it. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I
And
feel
and
like
for a writer like that to sit up there and
yeah,
be like, oh, well, I think Doggy Style is not a real solo album. It's Snoop getting help from his friends. That's totally false.
yeah, because at the time Snoop, see, this was '93. You really
Hmm.
didn't hear a lot of Snoop. So when you hear Doggy Style, okay, Snoop didn't rhyme on G Funk intro, but he did
Hmm.
rhyme. But he did have solo songs, Gin and Juice,
Hmm.
The Shiznit, his cover of
What's
Lottie
my name?
Dottie. Murder Was the
Mm-hmm.
Case, Who Am I,
Mm-hmm.
uh, G's and Hustlers,
Mm-hmm.
G's Up, Hoes Down, Pump
Yep.
Pump. Snoop Rhyme,
Yeah.
Snoop had two verses on Pump Pump, and Lil Malik did the third verse. There's another
Right.
solo songs on Doggy Style
Yeah.
where you get a sense of who Snoop is. Like
Right.
when I heard Doggy Style, I didn't feel like, man, I don't know who Snoop is because I've heard more
We
from
didn't we
Rage, I
didn't
heard more from
we didn't
Dog
think
Pound.
like
Yeah, but
and it's not like now where if you just look at a look, I love Rick Ross, but Rick Ross, even on his own albums, does way too many collabs. If you look at a Rick Ross album, a regular Rick Ross album, if he has like 15 songs, at least 13 of them are a feature on it, and he might have like two solo joints. You know
exactly.
what I'm saying? So
It,
the albums that these artists make now, they can't do a whole album by themselves anymore. It's like they gotta have their best favorite artists to collaborate on there with them, and it wasn't like that back in the day.
you remember Angie Martinez when she put out a
Mhm.
rap album,
I was on her street
whatever.
team for that. I was on her street team
Oh,
for
you
that.
were, bro.
I
Like
was sadly.
it was like it was damn near like what's that compilation? Now and Dance. You
Yeah,
know those
I remember that.
compilations where
Hmm.
there's different artists for different songs.
Yep.
Like you want to talk about being carried? Like Angie
Hmm.
Martinez, she basically called like everybody she knew in the industry and
Yep.
just slotted them on each
Yeah.
song of the album. To me, that is
Yep.
way worse
Well,
than what
she wasn't a
she's
artist
not an
anyway. She
MC.
was no. She's a great journalist, but she's not an artist. And at that time, anybody was getting a record deal. So of course, when she got her record deal, she called up Jay-Z and Little Kim and Q-Tip, everybody that she was cool with on Hot 97, and they all showed up on her album.
Yo,
You know,
who was
so
that? Who was that whack dude that was a protege at first? She was trying to put on. Uh,
Sicario,
yeah, yo,
Sicario.
like
I even mentioned this to Reg the other
man,
day. I'm like, Sicario was a real artist, bro. Like, and they were there was I think he had like a touring single out at one point. They were playing that on 97, but that album was bad, and we promoted it, and it still didn't do shit. So that
yo,
just go to show you, like,
I put Sicario on the same level as Billy Bathgates, bro.
he was bad. He was bad.
Yo, they're like Jeopardy questions, like you know who Billy Bathgates was because you're
Mhm.
from New York
Because
and
of Clue.
and because of Clue. But
Yeah.
in 2000, 2001, I read about him in Vibe. I read about him in the
Mm-hmm.
Source. I
Mm-hmm.
saw like he had a video on the box back then, and
Yeah.
to me, you know he was like he was like a 2-bit version of Fabulous. You know, as far as like wearing like the sporty clothes, like the
Mm-hmm.
throwback jerseys, and you know,
Yeah.
trying to be hood and still be
Mm-hmm.
in the clubs.
Yeah.
I felt like, man, like rappers like that did not have an identity for themselves. And so when I saw
No.
Sicario, I'm like, you're setting up this guy for failure because people are going
Yeah.
to look at him as being somebody that got put on because he knew Angie Martinez. He has somebody that
Mm-hmm.
has connections to radio.
Facts. And that was like the downside. That whole era was like just cringe to watch now. Like that was like the downside of hip hop. And I think that's when I started
Mm-hmm.
to like go into like alternative music, because like a lot of that shit now I can't even listen to that shit no more. Like Fabulous stuff, I can't even listen to that shit no more.
Word. Yeah, I would like you know another one, Red Cafe. You know,
Oh
I felt
God,
like
never like.
man, I felt like Red Cafe was in that
Never
same
liked this
mode,
shit.
man. And
Yeah.
like same thing. Try to be hood and then had songs in the clubs. Like
Yeah.
all of these guys like were trying to be what Jay-Z was in the moment where he could straddle the lines between being in the streets and being on the radio in the clubs,
Yep.
but they couldn't rhyme as well as Jay-Z, and certainly did not have uh, the cachet with fashion and business that Jay-Z had. Like
That that was like
when you
the
own
era
your
of
own,
like MySpace.
yeah,
That was like the era
when
of
you own your own.
MySpace. And, right.
I was gonna say when you own your own fashion line, you can influence
Yeah.
fashion. When you own your own liquor line, you can influence whatever people are drinking at the clubs. Billy
Right.
Bathgate, Sicario, Red Cafe, they wanted to have that,
Oh
but
Lord.
all they were was just dudes in the hood. They could rhyme, and that was it. But they could only rhyme in one way.
I could not listen to them. Yeah. They were just like a lot of these niggas, they based their career off of mixtapes. Yeah, and that was it. They didn't care about albums or singles. It was like, oh, I got a new mixtape. Let's go to Harlem for it. And that I hate that era. I really do. Like that was like the MySpace era, and everybody was rocking the same Air Forces, and it was no type of
Yeah,
individuality. Everybody wanted to look the same. They wanted to sound the same on record.
yo, remember when Jay Mills was signed to Warner Brother Records,
Oh God,
and he had that song "No No No."
him too.
That
I
video,
hated that. Hated that
yo, the
record.
throwback jerseys like the same thing. The throwback jerseys,
The
the Air
same
Force
throwbacks
One,
and
oversized T-shirts with the
yep,
oversized jeans.
bro.
It,
Like
it was like a
Dipset
rapper's
and Kanye,
tourniquet.
like Dipset and Kanye and Pharrell, they really changed fashion during those times. And everybody was wearing the same throwbacks, the same double XL white tees. And I'm like, yo, this can't be all that there is to fashion. And once Pharrell came out, but once he went solo and he came out with it with his own line and Dipset, Jim Jones and them changed the game with the fashion, and that's when we really started to start looking swaggered out again. But before then, it was really bad for fashion, bro. It was like I used to see niggas on the train with the white tees down to their fucking ankle. You know what I'm saying? I'm like why
Looking like a
how are you all
dress.
walking around the city looking like that, bro? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Looking like a
Like
dress, like a
they
gown.
were literally rocking the Mitchell and Ness throwback, the bootleg. Some of them rocking the bootleg shit at that, and they got the white tees down to their fucking ankle like a nightgown, B. And it was just bad. It's like when you look back at that era, I'm like, bro, like a lot of that shit did not age well at all, especially when it came to the fashion and the music. And I think that's what made me like start going into like more alternative rock. I was listening to like Linkin, a lot of Linkin Park and Korn. You know what I'm saying? And I was just fed up with rap because it was like people was just doing the same type of shit. These niggas was not interested in coming out with great albums. They were just focused on they mixtape, and you see why a lot of them ain't around no more.
And the only cat that I could think of that came from the mixtape era that never made it big,
Mhm.
but he was able to reinvent himself was Papoose.
Right.
And and and,
I
and,
mean,
and I
50 really is the biggest star from that era, from that mixtape era.
absolutely,
You know what I'm saying? Him,
absolutely.
Kanye too. Remember, people forget Kanye was dropping mixtapes when after he had the car accident and he had like literally talking through the wire of his mouth because he had to get his mouth his jaw wired shut. He was still coming out with mixtapes. Before college dropout. Little Weezy was doing all those the drought mixtapes and all that with drama. Like they were the ones that were the faces of the mixtape era, and then it's everybody else after them. You
You,
know what I'm
you,
saying?
you know
Dipset.
you know another rapper from the mixtape era that had
Mhm.
similar problems uh, that Jay Mills, Sicario, Red Cafe had as far as like
Right.
trying to be one trick ponies, but because he was signed to Swiss Beats, he
Oh
poured
God.
off one hit,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the guy that transitioned from being a nobody in the industry after 2006 to now, in his own mind, being the greatest battle rapper ever.
Right.
If you see, I swear, if you see Cassidy now, you would never
Mm-hmm.
believe that he came from the mixtape era
Yeah,
because the way
it's
he
true.
carries himself, like once he battled
Right.
Disaster, once he battled Guz and Arsenal, he really felt like he was cut from the same cloth as Mook or Arsenal and the
Mm-hmm.
cats from URL.
Luke was nice, man.
Hell yeah.
You know, Party Artie, rest in peace to Party Artie. He was great too.
Yo,
You
like
know.
just imagine like Party Artie was on Cameron's album and he still found a way to keep his name alive in the streets by battling. So like
Right.
it's a shame that he's no longer with us. Because
Yeah.
imagine like if Party Artie would have lived, would he have transitioned from battling on the streets to battling on stage?
Right. I don't know. I don't know.
I, I
A
was
lot
I,
of them they didn't have it.
I was going to ask you,
Yeah.
now that I mentioned Papoose,
Mm-hmm.
as far as what I'm thinking, I can definitely see Kendrick or somebody from PG Lane instigating a
Right.
reincarnated challenge where rappers just get on the reincarnated beat and they just rhyme about who they think they reincarnated with. Like I could see
I can
Papoose,
see that. I can see that.
rhyming like he's the reincarnated version of Biggie,
Mm.
or Drag On rapping like he's the reincarnated version of DMX. And he can
Right.
take on a life of his son. What you think about that?
I can see that happening. The thing is, Rick Ross swears that he's the reincarnation of Biggie, and he even used what was the beat? I think you're nobody till somebody kills you on the Mastermind album, and you had Diddy on that co-signing him as well. And I'm like, you're not Biggie. You're not.
And after
We know
that, you
what you
couldn't
are,
tell.
Ross. You're officer. You're Officer Ricky. You're not Biggie. You know what I'm
And
saying?
after
So he
that, you
already
couldn't
in his
tell.
mind, he already think that he's Biggie. I'm like, no, you're not Biggie.
But after that, you couldn't tell Rick Ross nothing. After that, especially when Diddy co-signed him being the heir apparent to Biggie.
Right, right,
I mean,
yeah,
it's asinine when you think about it.
yeah. And then he was on the Angels song that joined from the Dirty Money album. He had a verse on that. So and you're rhyming over what people know as the where I'm from beat that Jay-Z used on Volume 1.
Yeah,
And so I look, I love Ross, but he's not Biggie in any shape or fashion. Like Biggie was 10 times better than him lyrically. So um he already felt like he's Biggie. So I don't want to hear Papoose feel like he's Biggie. You know what I'm saying? Like Papoose has a hard time trying to be Papoose as it is. You know what I'm saying? So like,
hey, hey,
just the
hey,
fact that you mentioned that, you put it out there already, like that's a good little TikTok thing for people to do. Like, oh, let me use them rhyme over this beat, and I'm feel like I'm the next Jay or the next Fab or whatever. They're probably gonna do that now that you mentioned it. So
hey, because like Papoose, he be doing those series where he's rhyming in the car. Like,
right,
you don't think he could,
yeah,
freestyle
he
for
might do
10 minutes straight over that reincarnated beat?
that. He might do it. Then you get all these other people that feel like, oh, they're the reincarnation of J. Cole or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? It's like, just be you. Y'all have a hard time being yourself. You know what I'm saying? Just be you. Don't try to be somebody that's already have they own brand and they legendary and they not here to, Big Pun was legendary. I don't need nobody trying to sound like Big Pun. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
my
Fat Joe
God!
thought he was
Oh,
Pun, the second coming of Pun at one point. I'm like, you're not Pun. Pun was better than you
yeah.
with 2 albums.
boy, like if that happens, man, like I feel for Cuban Link. I feel for Armageddon and Triple
Yeah.
Six, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were in Terror Squad and they're all but forgotten. So
Right.
the few tributes that Pun does get, you're gonna have somebody that's gonna do a tribute to Pun rhyming as the reincarnated version of Pun, and they're gonna sound
It's
terrible.
crazy. Exactly.
And the
Because
irony is that,
he
mhm.
mm. Now go ahead.
And the irony is that when Joel Ortiz uh, he rhymed over a pun beat, it was either a
Mm-hmm.
pun beat or a tribute to pun. Cuban Link didn't
Right.
like it, which was weird
Wow.
because Joel Ortiz is
Wow.
he's exceptionally gifted as a lyricist.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you you don't like what an LMC does, bigging up Big Pun, but you'll
Right.
foam at the mouth at somebody that does, a terrible version of a Pun tribute, which is well deserved. But like
Mm-hmm.
big up the people that you feel honor Pun the right way,
Right.
and and
You
and Chris Rivers doesn't get Chris Rivers always gets the short end of the stick. In fact,
you
Joe,
had the last. I
you know,
was saying you had Bodega.
mhm.
Right.
Oh, I was just gonna say like Fat Joe, like it's almost like when he brings a big Pun, it's like uh, like one of those things that you put on a mantle, like
Mm-hmm.
like a prop. Because when I heard about just how much Big Pun's family suffered, not getting royalties, being homeless, that just doesn't sit right with me. If that's really your homeboy.
Right. You had Bodega Bams. He was at one point he was honoring Terror Squad, UFO Thief. I think he has some type of connection with Fat Joe. But again, it's like that's cool to pay tribute to them, but nobody will ever be Pun. Pun was just extraordinary, you know.
Hmm. Man, like if you look at, man, like I will never understand why Pun and Big L never recorded a song together. As
Um,
far as I'm concerned, like Big Pun and Big L, they were the best of their respective bros.
I agree. You want to finish up this album? What do you I mean, we
Hmm.
didn't get to the Hard Part 6. What was your thoughts on that?
Man, it kind of it took me. I was pleasantly surprised. Number one, I didn't expect the music to be so melodic and so bright sounding. Like it
Mm-hmm.
sounded like like a warm summer breeze. Because of the SWV sample, and
Mm-hmm.
for him to do a chronological breakdown of how Top Dog Entertainment started, meeting Schoolboy Q and his admiration
Yeah.
for Ab Soul and his uh, the decisions that led to him leaving TDE because he had so many ideas that he felt TDE couldn't fully explore, because we have so many artists under that umbrella that he wanted to form his own company so he can freely explore those things without having to dim his life for anybody else was uh, brilliant. It's extraordinary. It's a very heartwarming song, and it's a very beautiful song. Um,
Yeah.
I expected nothing less from this heart, uh, of this version of the Heart series, and uh, I like I like the Heart Part Five better, but the Heart Part
Mhm.
6 is just the same. Like
Yeah.
uh, when he's in this mode, when he's in this mode, when he's rapping like this, where his voice is clear,
Mhm.
like he can't top himself better at this level. Like he can't uh, 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 beat his peak when he's like this.
Right. I was surprised to even hear him over this beat. I never heard nobody rap over this SWE beat before. And that came from their second album, which was very underrated. It went under the radar, but I'm glad that he did it because he sounded like like Kendrick is rapping over a normal type of beat. There's no 808s on here. There's no funny sounds. Just a straight ahead bars over a SWV beat, and I loved it. And I seen SWV they made a post and congratulated him for like using the beat, and I think that's a good thing for SWV fans. Now I expect their streaming numbers to go up for their second album now. So I love it. I think it's a great record, and you know that's like my second favorite on here. Is that and Reincarnated. We got track 11 GNX, the title track. I thought it was a dope beat. What do you think about it?
The complete opposite. I feel this is the worst beat on this
Oh
album.
wow. Okay.
The This is like the beginning of a song as far as the beat. Have you like this feels uh like when you're at the beat machine and you're
Uh,
programming beats and you're
right.
experimenting to find the right kick, the right
Mm,
snare, or to or if you're chopping up a vocal loop and trying to find what
mm,
works and what doesn't work. But
mm,
everything is clashing at the same time, and the rappers that he has on this song,
mm.
I don't know
I
where
didn't
he
care for him.
found these dudes at, but they are
I didn't care for him.
terrible.
But I appreciate him for putting on for his city and putting on newer artists and not running to oh, let me get the biggest thing feature, and he's been there and done that already. So at this point, I think Kendrick could have a song and put newer artists on there, and then that'll get his audience to check out them, like he did with the pop up show, and putting on a lot of the West Coast acts from out there, and I think that's great for him to do that. He don't need to do it, but he chose to do it.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, but on the flip side, you remember on what's that on the Dr. Dre 2001 record.
Hmm.
There's a song on that album called "L.A. Niggas,"
Yeah.
and it's the Far Eye Exhibit, King T,
Hmm.
Hitman, and somebody else.
Right.
And the beat is just as like the pattern is off beat, but it's funky.
Right.
Whereas with G and Next, it's essentially a posse cut,
Hmm.
and but G and X is not as good as LA Niggas, and the
Right.
rappers on
Yeah,
this
cocaine
song
on
are
there.
not
Cocaine. But see, the thing
cocaine.
is, on some LA niggas, everybody pretty much was established except for oh, he had a dude named Time Bomb. I don't remember Time Bomb on here. He had a dude named Time Bomb. There was a lot of people on that. MC Ren was on that. Cocaine, Nocturnal. I was aware of. Because he was on the Wash soundtrack. Exhibit was already established at that point. The Far Ride. King T, Ran, of course, Cocaine. So pretty much the bulk of that posse cut, we knew who the artist was. I don't know nobody on this shit that
But
Kendrick
but
put out.
but
So
but my question to you, Charborough,
mm,
are the rappers on GNX, can they are they great at rapping?
I didn't care
Put
for.
it to you. I'll
I
put it to you
mean,
like
but
this:
like I said, like
of the rappers on GNX, would they have
mm,
a hip hop quotable in the Source magazine?
I mean, you never know. I don't know none of them.
No, no,
I
no, no,
think
no.
it's
You
too
got to
early.
answer the question. You got to answer the
I'm saying
question.
I think it's too early for. I think it's too early for these artists though.
No, no, no.
Some
Come
of
on,
them are just
like
starting out. So it's like
I don't buy that, man. Like
what?
there are many rappers that are amateurs that can truly rap. They're talented.
Right,
Like
right.
like I'm just saying, like, is it too
But
much
I
to
think
ask
like if we look at
for
the
one of
pop,
these
if we look
cats
at
to
the
know
pop
how
up
to rap?
show, if we look at the pop up show, he had everybody from YG was there. He had
YG can rap.
okay, but I'm saying he had YG. He had the reunion of Black Hippie. He had Jay Worthy. To me is been slept on. He's been dropping heat for the last maybe 2 or 3 years, and nobody talks about him. Larry June, nobody talks about him, and even though he wasn't there,
He
Larry June
can
was
rap
fire.
though.
I think was Larry June. I can't remember if Larry June was there now, but I fuck with Larry June. Um, I think Kendrick's taste in rap goes beyond just him and Black Hippie. So there's gonna be artists that he fuck with that we might not like, but I'm looking at it like like he's putting on for his city. So it's like maybe in another 5 years we might hear a lot from these artists and be like yo, I remember when they won GNX. I think
But
it's
but
too early to
when you heard the Chronic, did you know who Corrupt was?
no, I didn't.
But when you heard him, you knew that he could rhyme his
Yeah.
ass off. Do
Yes.
you feel like any other rappers other than Kendrick on GNX?
That also was a different time though. We talking about 92, 93 when Chronic dropped. That was a different time. Rappers sounded different. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, we didn't know at that time who RBX was and who Lady of Rage and the Dog Pound, but eventually they made a name for themselves. These cats are new to us. They have to make a name for themselves. That's they might not, or in 5 years time you might be speaking of them in the same breath with Kendrick and Absol and them and J Rock and Schoolboy Q. We don't know that. This is the issue that I have when people try to rush greatness. You can't rush a classic album once it comes out. Like you have to live with it for years before it becomes a classic album.
No, but see, if I'm talking about GNX, the song, the new rappers that was on GNX, like I'm sure there are diamonds in the rough, but even on first impression,
I get it.
either either you feel they can truly rhyme or they can't rhyme. Like it to me, like back to the Chronic
Right.
example. When you heard Corrupt, the Chronic the Chronic was out for a year before you heard Corrupt again. So when you heard
Mhm.
Corrupt on Serial Killers and Ain't No Fun, did he sound better or worse?
I get what you're saying. Like I'm just
All
saying
of this 1 year.
I get it, but it's like the same way Dre gave those artists an opportunity, and they became legends in their own right and household names. That's what Kendrick is doing with these artists. We don't know yet if they're going to be legends. Just because
I,
they might have.
I'm I'm not making the argument that they will be legends. I'm just saying, are they good rappers on this song? Do they
For me, I
sound
didn't. But for me,
or do they
I
sound
didn't
good to
care for
you?
it for the song. But again, this is my first time hearing these artists. I got to hear more from them to say like, yo, I was wrong about Dude on GNX. Let me his album is fire. You know what I'm saying? That's usually how it happens. It's like sometimes an artist ain't gonna click with you right away. It might take a couple years. You know what I'm saying? And
I
then
disagree with that. I disagree with that because when I heard AZ rhyme on "Life's a Bitch," I didn't have to hear more of him to know that this guy has great potential and he's a dope MC. I want to hear more of him.
some artists,
When I hear rappers on GNS, I
everybody,
don't want to hear more of these guys.
bro. Some artists is like, okay, I'm gonna give an example. Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi is not for everybody. He's an acquired taste in me, right? They, I didn't fuck with Kid Cudi right away. I felt like he was a one hit wonder when he came out with Night and Day, but actually him coming out with great music over time is why I fuck with him. Like not all his albums are good now. There's some albums that I don't like from Kid Cudi, but a lot of his stuff, Man on the Moon 1 and 2, the album he did with Dr. Genius, the Indica. I fuck with those albums. I think those are my favorite Kid Cudi albums, as well as the Kid See Ghost with Kanye. You know what I'm saying? But he's not for everybody. Everybody's not gonna fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? And he's not on no lyrical miracle shit. You know what I'm saying? But for what he does, I think he's good at for what he does for his lane. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is when suppose Dre introduced the Dog Pound and the Lady of Rage and RBX and nobody fuck with them. Is it his fault? He still put them on though, right? He didn't have to do that. He could have went off and got a big name artist at that time, but he put niggas on. They were coming out on Death Row, and look what they look, and they were actually talented. Like they made a name for themselves. Dog Pound just released a new album early this year that was great. That's one of my favorite top 3 albums of the year. They still doing it out here. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, even if I don't like the artist on the GNX song, it don't mean that I'm not gonna like them later on, because not all. I mean, for me, I know everybody listen to music differently. For me, not all artists that I listen to right away, I like their shit.
But try, bro. First impressions mean everything. Like if you somebody's first impression, like somebody's first impression of you can make or break how you're seen. It can make or break how you're going to make a name for yourself. If people think that you're not good and you just got put on this song because Kendrick put you on, maybe he is doing you a favor, but if it's not warranted and you're taking up a spot that somebody truly talented can have, it does color your perception of that MC.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying there are artists that you're not going to click with them right away. It might take some time, and that's okay. Just because if they try, all right. When Cannabis came out with his first album, even though we felt like Cannabis is talented, did you like his first album? His first album flopped.
I actually did.
Okay,
I'm one of a few people that actually enjoyed the album. Maybe it's because I didn't have these mountain level expectations for Cannabis. Like as far as the first album, I like How We Roll. I like Buckingham Palace. I liked I Honor You. What's Going On. The only song I did not like was that Rep Rock song near the end of the album. But
I didn't like the first album. I just felt like Wyclef fucked that whole thing up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just blaming him, but over time, Cannabis.
If you're comparing Cannabis' first album to Capital Punishment and Is Dark and Hell Is Hot,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm not comparing him to nobody. I'm comparing him to Cannabis. I'm just saying we knew he was talented, and his first album was a disappointment. It didn't mean that because his first album was bad out that I wasn't going to check out what he released later on. His second album was way better, so he redeemed himself. That's what I'm saying. It's like even if if they on this track and they don't gravitate to you right away, we don't know what the future holds. They might come out with some classic shit next year. It's like
but
everything. It's like everybody wants to rush everything on and label it. Oh well, this is it. You can't do that.
but using cannabis as an example, when cannabis was on Beast from the East, how did you perceive him against Redman and the Lost Boys?
He was dope. He had a dope verse on there. It was great.
Was it the best verse?
I would say between him and Redman, I like, and even A plus. A plus had a dope verse on that as well.
Okay, so you would at least say that cannabis went head to head with um, Redman. You know, like he was no slouch. Is what I'm saying. When I'm talking about GNX, my expectations is that if you're going to put people on, if you want to put people on, you have like my expectations is that they are going to make a great first impression. They're going to be they're going to have wow
So you see the
moments.
comment. Salute to Name Brand. Name Brand said Drake and Nicki are two of how many artists Wayne put out. How many artists did Wayne put out? Wayne put out the best two ever in his career. Drake and Nicki. They outselling even him.
But that
You know what I'm saying?
has
But
nothing.
my whole point is we don't know what these artists are going to be years later. Like they might sound whack to you now. 5 years time, 10 years time, if they still here, then we could go back and be like, yo, I wasn't fucking with them on GNX, but I like this shit now, 10 years later. We don't know. I don't know what they're gonna become. Even if I don't like the song, I don't know what they're gonna become 10 years from now.
I'll say this. When I first heard Freeway, he didn't really wow me. I mean he got better throughout his career, but when he was like his first couple of years on the Rock, I felt like he has a high, squeaky voice that sounds very rushed, and it grates on my nerves. But once he did the album with Jake One, that's when he came into his own. Like Philadelphia Freeway, it he introduced himself, but it wasn't what I was on. But you know, giving the opportunity is is where it starts. But it's like with when you mentioned Young Money, Mac Main, uh, Corey Guns.
And what happened to Mac Main? He's like an executive now. He's not even rapping no more.
But at least he had the opportunity.
Okay,
You
and
know
he
what I
blew
mean?
it.
Like,
He blew it. Corey Guns, he's putting out mixtape shit still. Like, where's his album? He should have been on his 7th album already.
well,
Right,
that's
and
on
that's
him.
not even. I don't even blame Lil Wayne because his father Peter Guns has connections. Why his father didn't put him out?
I don't. I don't
Saying?
know, but you. But there is one artist that Dr. Dre did produce and put that he produced and put out that I do lay a lot of blame on him for this artist not really blowing up is Lady of Rage. Because after Doggy Style, her album was supposed to come out next. The album was called Eargasm. Dre was already, he was around 50 or 60% finished. But once he went to jail in 94 for DUIs and he was having constant run ins with the law, her album was shelved until uh, until Tupac was killed. Snoop left the label, Suge went to prison. Death Row needed product to keep the label going, so that's why they greenlit Lady of Rage's album to come out. But Necessary Roughness is not even. It's an underwhelming album because Lady of Rage is capable of doing more than what she's great at. That's why I blame Dre because if you're going to if you're going mm-hmm. if you're
I was
going
gonna
to
say maybe well, I loved her verse on the Dog Pound album on the last track. I thought she had the best verse, and that gives me hope. So hopefully, at some point, we get that album from Rage that she never gave us in, what was that, 97?
Yeah. Well, now that Snoop has bought the rights to Death Row Records and has put out the Dog Pound album, All We Got Is Us, has put out the East Side's new album a couple weeks ago. Maybe Snoop will give Lady of Rage the encouragement and the budget to make an album that
I think
she wants.
I think he will. Because he just signed the East Siders. The East Siders came out with an EP on Death Row
last week.
Snoop is making moves. I like what he's doing. You know, and I'm gonna give you another example. Memphis Bleak. Some name brand said Beans, but I'm gonna say Memphis Bleak because Memphis Bleak never lived up to his potential, and they promoted him. Jay-Z had to put songs on Memphis Bleak album just so he could sell a couple of units, and it still didn't do it. It still didn't work. Memphis Bleak has always been that one artist on Rockefeller that's never went platinum, and he never lived up to his potential. Is that Jay-Z's fault? At least Jay put him on, right? He used to live in the Marcy Projects. Jay put him on.
But that's not Jay-Z's fault. But see, Memphis Bleak is what Memphis Bleak is. Like, I don't look at Memphis.
What is he though?
He's a below average artist. His ceiling is that, like, you know what his ceiling is? Is that your chick?
Is that your chick?
His ceiling is his song. What's that song? Hey Poppy.
Is that your chick?
From Vanity Professor.
That's not his ceiling. His ceiling was "Is That Your Bitch" with Missy and Twista and Jay-Z. That was his ceiling. That's his best single ever. That's it. You have nothing else that's even close to that. So,
because that is his ceiling, Jay-Z did everything that he could for Memphis Bleak.
Exactly. But the point is, he got the opportunity. Kendrick gave these niggas the opportunity. Now it's up to them to live up to their potential. That's not Kendrick's fault if they don't sell. He's putting them on at least. Because who else gonna do it? If he didn't do it, who else would do it? That's my whole point. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like we didn't when Bleak first came out, we didn't know he was gonna be a below average artist. We had to wait and see what he was gonna drop, and he dropped a bunch of crap. He dropped a bunch of mediocre albums. And Jay-Z, the fact that Jay-Z had to put some songs from his own catalog on his own artist albums should tell you something. This Summer is one of Jay-Z's best songs that he had to put on 456. Oh, not 456. Forgot the name of that album that he came out with. Killer Tape Salute.
Wait, he put out The Understanding in 2000 and what's that album? Made in 03.
That was like 2002 or some shit like that.
But
you know what I'm saying?
But the thing is, though, the rappers on GNX, whoever these rappers are, I really don't like. I don't think they can rap. Like like when I hear them, when I hear them, it just sounds like gibberish. It just sounds like noise to me. So, to me, as far as I'm concerned, this is the best look they will ever have. But as far as
you don't know,
if these dudes wound up,
we don't know that. Look at even though I'm gonna say look at Baby Keem. Even though I think Baby Keem is Kendrick's cousin, Baby Keem has blown up because of Kendrick. Because if nobody knew that he was Kendrick's cousin, he probably wouldn't be doing this thing right now. You know what I'm saying? That's my whole point. Like Kendrick is in a position.
But Keem, yeah. he has to be doing something independent of Kendrick in order for him to sustain the success that he is having. Like Kendrick can't hold his hand forever.
Right.
But Jay-Z held Bleak's hand way too long, and Bleak was never able to stand on his own.
Exactly. And the same thing with name brand mentioned 50. I'm gonna say Tony Yayo. He's another one. Tony Yayo never lived up to his potential. And he had the opportunities from 50. So is that 50's fault? At least he put his man on. He didn't have to do that.
When you say live up to Yayo's potential, like how much farther do you think Yayo could have gotten from predicate of a felon?
I'm just saying, look, I know personally there's people that love Tony Yayo. They have his album, they swear his album's a classic. Salute to them. Again, I don't have to like him, but there's people that he has a fan base. I'm just saying 50 looked out for his people, even when Yayo was locked up. He put money in his commissary and all that. Yayo came out of jail as a millionaire. He didn't have to do that for his boy, but he did, and he gave him every opportunity for him to blow up as a solo artist, and he didn't do it. That's not 50's fault. That's my whole point. It's like Kendrick is giving these dudes opportunities so that they can go out on their own and do their own thing. He don't have to do that. So we don't know. Even if we see and be like, yo, we didn't like how they rapped on the song, 10 years from now, they might be legends. We don't know that.
Okay, so let's talk about 50 Cent's bad signings. Spider Loke. Who else? Like name some people.
He had was it? They had somebody named Maserati. Wasn't an artist named Maserati on that label? He had Kid. He had there was a female that he signed to G-Unit at one point too. I forgot the name.
Wasn't that Olivia?
No, it was a female rapper. He had Olivia too, but Olivia, the radio didn't like Olivia. That's why she never came up with anything. They didn't like her songs that she did with 50. You know what I'm saying? And you know, again, but 50 gave them the opportunity. They didn't do nothing with it. Even Banks, like he told Banks and Yayo, like, y'all niggas is not eating off of me because I'm going into television. What are y'all gonna do then? And you saw Banks is doing this thing now. We need Yayo to do that. You know what I'm saying? But he gave them the opportunity. That's the whole point.
I mean, you know what Yayo is doing? He's eating more off of doing interviews on a Russian blogger's platform more than rapping.
Right.
And I think for Yayo, he probably realizes that he'll make more money doing that than making music.
The thing with 50 though, 50 already came out with a classic with Power the Dollar. Just Columbia never put it out. So if anything, Dre and M gave him that you know, an Interscope. They gave him that machine so that he can be where he's at now. But he already had a classic without Drake. He already had a classic. You know what I'm saying? He was already bubbling in the streets with the G-Unit mixtapes.
And also,
you know what I'm saying?
And also 50 had he had his own network of distributors in the mixtape circuit. So So rather than just give mixtape DJs one freestyle here, one freestyle there, he made his own mixtapes. So he gave it wholesale.
Right. And like Name Brand said, like Bleak is selling liquor now, but it's like, I mean, if that's the opportunity he wanted from Jaden, I guess that's cool. But artist wise, he don't have not one classic that anybody could be like, yo, like I love this Bleak album. Nobody ever says that because he dropped a lot of mediocre shit to where the point that the boss of Rockefeller had to put his own songs on his artist album for him to like at least sell a couple units. and it still didn't matter to anybody. They were like, oh, Dear Summer, I could get that on a mixtape. I'm not
So
buying Bleak's album to hear Dear Summer.
so when Bleak rhymes on handoff, that you hear Bleak's voice before Jay-Z on Volume 2. He had
Mhm.
an entire song to himself on Volume 2.
It was a short. It
If
was
you
like an intro. Come on, it was an intro. It wasn't a full song.
but the intro is the first song people that bought the album heard.
Right.
So
I get it.
if you can't make a great impression on the 5 million people that bought Volume 2, then there's nothing else Jay
A-
Z can do.
but again, like
Becoming when
at least Jay gave him the opportunity. Like we didn't know in '98. Like, oh, we hear Bleak on the intro of Volume 2 that, oh, we don't know if he's gonna be a legend or not. We wasn't thinking that. I wasn't thinking that. I'm just like, yo, I'm listening to the album. I like what I hear. You got Bleak. I think Bleak sounded good on It's All Right. I think that's one of his best features when it comes to him. You
I
know what I'm saying?
agree.
He killed that track. But I wasn't listening to that song and being like, oh, he's a future legend. We didn't think like that back then. And I think now, because of the internet in this day and age, everybody is quick to label this one a legend. He's a GOAT, and you got to take time with this shit because we just don't know. We might be totally wrong about these dudes on GNX, and then 10 years from now, we talking like, yo, these niggas are legends. Remember when we had this conversation in 2024 and we said like, yo, these niggas is garbage? Now they legends. We don't know.
So okay, let's take since we're on Rockefeller. When Rockefeller signed Beanie Siegel,
Mm-hmm.
was Beanie Siegel not the second best MC on Rockefeller?
At that time, he was, yeah. At that time,
Absolutely.
but but
Absolutely.
but I do think he got overshadowed by his own crew. I think Freeway and PD Crack especially outshined him.
I disagree. I disagree
I
altogether.
those two State Property albums, they had the best verses on there, especially the Chain Gang album. I think he got outshined by Freeway and on PD Crack was becoming a star from State Property. And if
I
you look
could
at the interview he did with Vlad, he even talked about how Jay-Z was blocking the release of his album.
to me, I think Jay Z. I think Jay Z had a vested interest in all of the members of State Property. From from
Why
Chris
didn't they
and
come out?
Neef. Why
Why
didn't
didn't
it
they
come
come
out?
out?
Because at the time Rockefeller was already dissolving. Dame went his way, Jay Z went his way.
No, but this is but yeah, but they came out before all that happened though. Like why we never got a Young Chris solo album or a Skinner and Sparks, a PD Crack album? They all could have sold. You know what I'm saying? Like that
But
happened. The dissolvement happened after Dipset and Nori got signed in ODB but when they were in their prime, for me, I think that Beans was getting overshadowed by his own members. Like he was
I,
still dropping quality albums, but when it came to the State Property stuff, I think PD Crack was becoming the new star of that crew.
PD Crack had a distinctive voice and a distinctive flavor, but I I I can't wrap my head around the other members of State Prop besting Beanie Siegel on any song from that album.
I'm not saying it happened all the time, but I'm saying there's times when because they all did shit collectively. Like even if you hear their freestyles, right? That Hot 97 freestyle when they were dissing Nas and the Bravehearts, collectively they all sounded great. They all sounded great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying I started to see like when PD Crack was getting on different. Remember he was on different features as well. You know what I'm saying? When he was on different features, he was becoming it was becoming like a big star in the streets, and people wanted to hear his album. And for whatever reason, Jay-Z blocked his album from coming out on Def Jam. Now, why would Jay-Z do that? You didn't do that with Bleak and all those mediocre albums that he had. He wasn't selling for them.
I mean, I don't know the answer to why Jay Z blocked that release, But as far as like the Hot 97, freestyle, at the time, that was State Property's first time rhyming on New York radio, being heard on the airwaves. So it was like Jay Z was unleashing his wolves on Nas and anybody that The Rock had problems with in the industry and the streets. So of course, like when you're young and when you don't have a lot of experience in the industry, you're going to sound fiery and very competitive. But I'm just saying with uh with Bleak and Beans, Beans was so much better than Bleak,
Yes,
and
he was.
and Beans he did enough to put his crew on and help them establish themselves,
Yes, they did.
beyond beyond the Rock with the fashion line, the State
Mm-hmm.
Property sneakers,
Mm-hmm.
the fashion wear, the movies was both State Property movies, Paper
Right.
Soldiers. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
that was Dash executives producing those movies, putting them in position to make movies when they weren't trained actors, and you know.
Right.
So I'm just saying, like, just to put a cap on it,
No,
GNX, the
you don't like
rappers
them.
on GNX, the first impressions, like maybe if I hear them again in the future, they may blow me away. But GNX, just what I heard of them,
Right.
I did not feel like I'm listening to some some ill MCs that, wow, he got a stable, under
Right.
him.
Okay. So we both didn't like them, but I feel like maybe next time out they might sound better than they did on here. You never know. You never know.
Hey, and I will go if if I hear them again and they have something that I really dig, I'll be the first to give it up.
Right. So, remember a long time ago when Fuji's came out with Blending on Reality and everybody hated that album? Guess what? They went
Hmm.
back in the studio, they changed things up and came out with a classic album with the score. So you never know. A second time they might come out with some classic shit.
That's pretty lofty to compare these
I
dudes
know.
to the
I'm
Fugees.
just saying anything is possible. You never know. You never know. I'm not gonna write them off just yet, just because I didn't like how they sounded on this track. The next track that they release might be phenomenal.
So you're saying I need a bigger sample size?
Of course. What you mean? Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, you have artists that they drop one album and that might be it. Chi Ali dropped one album. I loved it, but I wanted to hear more albums from Chi Ali, and he never gave us that. You know what I'm saying? But is Chi Ali considered a legend? Is he a legend with just that one album? I don't think he is.
He, no, like he's most notable for his verse on the Scenario remix, apart from his solo album. So that's the
Chi Ali?
last thing that you heard. Hmm? Yeah,
Chi Ali? He was on the Scenario remix?
yeah.
He was? I don't
Unless
remember
I'm
him on that.
wrong.
No. You mean Kid Hood? Kid Hood was on that. I don't remember
I
Chi
mean,
Ali
yeah,
on that.
yeah. Yeah. I got them confused. Then. Yeah, I got them confused.
Name Brand said GNX has a lot of LA culture nuances that might not work to eat. That's what I'm saying. Like even with the sound of it, it's a very LA sounding album. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just calling it Bompton Bop. It is. It's not. I'm pretty sure they're not calling it that. I'm just saying that when I listen to YG his earlier stuff, the production on here sounds like YG stuff, like from Still Brazy, those albums. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's a very different. Like this is not Kendrick's typical sound. Like his sound is has changed from overly dedicated to now. You know what I'm saying? So it has like a I'm calling it bumped and bop, but I'm just saying to explain how I feel about the album is the sound is very different from his other albums. And I feel like he's going in that direction with his music. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a very LA record. What did you feel about the last song, Gloria?
Um, the singing I wasn't feeling from
You ain't
Kendrick.
feeling it? I'm interested.
I
I'm
mean,
interested now in how you're gonna rate this album because a lot of these songs you said you're not feeling.
to me, Kendrick, when he Kendrick doesn't have the the like the vocal range to hit a lot of the notes that he's trying to reach for. I don't have a
Mhm.
problem with the singing so much as how it sounds. Like if Kendrick was really hitting those notes and it sounded more pleasant to my
Right.
ears, I would rate it a little bit higher. Um, as a closer, I like it. It's very sublime. It's very mellow. It's the musically is very rich. So I actually dig the music. I dig the third verse where he's actually rapping more forcefully. But uh, I just wish that Kendrick would have uh, rapped a little bit. Like rap the first two verses like you did the third. Because I don't like when
Yeah.
he sings talk for lack of a better phrase where he's singing but it sounds like he's
Uh-huh.
talking at the same time.
Right.
So I uh
Oh,
I like Gloria as a closer.
and SZA is also singing on that as well. Her vocals is on that. All right, so we have 12 songs on this album. What are your favorite songs and what are you ranking the album?
Out of out of
Out of
how many?
yeah, like out of five mics, what are you ranking it?
I would say I would give it free mics.
Okay.
Um, free mics because it's not exceptional. Like in order for me to
Right.
rank it between 4.5, and 5, this has to be an album where it's up there with Auditorium Volume 4. It has to be up
Yeah.
there with um, No Atheist in the Foxhole by Locksmith or the Dog Pound album. This album is
Right.
not as good. This album is not as good as the Dog Pound album. The Dog Pound album has just as many LA and Cali references.
I agree.
Musically, I feel is superior, and the rapping, I feel, is better.
I think with the Dog Pound album, it was more like grown up gangster rap, and they still kept the G Funk in it, and even with that album, they tried some new things. With this album, it's more Kendrick is reaching the younger crowd with this album. Like Name Brand said, like he's preparing it for ears for like a new sound and languages. I think this is his new sound. I think this what I call bumped and bop. I'm pretty sure he has a name for it already, but I think this is his new sound moving forward, and it might attract people. It might piss off his fans if they want fans, or they might like it. I like some of it. I don't like all of it though. I think, like I said, I think there's some songs on here that I wouldn't go back to. But I think because it's Kendrick at this point, I think anything he comes up with is gonna sell. I think people are just gonna stream it, and it don't even have to be a classic album. It could be a mediocre album and people still gonna stream it because it's Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? like I said, like Reincarnated and the Hot Part 6 to me were my favorites. I like Squabble Up, TV Off, Man at the Garden. I don't think it's gonna be album of the year though. Like and it's not even because it came out in November. I just feel like there's other albums that came out this year that's better. You know what I'm saying? Like we mentioned, P Rock and Common, the Dog Pound album. Um, who else? I know I'm forgetting the Ice Cube album. We didn't even talk about the Ice Cube album. Ice Cube album I like more than this.
What
I like the Ice Cube album, and I haven't said that about the Ice Cube album since Lethal Injection.
do you do
But
you
the
like
Ice Cube album I like more. I think the Ice Cube album was more entertaining than this.
do you like the Force by LL Cool J more than this album?
I like that one. Yeah, I forgot about LL album, and that's I and I haven't liked an LL album since Goat. So that's like what 25 years ago.
Yeah.
All
The
that
Go
other
came
shit he
out
was
in two
dropping
thousand.
was straight garbage. I didn't like none of that other LL shit, and he had
You didn't like
big
the
hits off of
Authentic
those
in
other albums. Like
2013.
I
You
didn't
didn't
like
like
them
the
shits at all.
Authentic in
Nah.
2013.
Hell no, I didn't like none of those albums. He was doing like country shit. I'm like, what are you doing, L?
Oh
Mr.
yeah,
Smith, what are you doing? Like,
Accidental Racist.
yeah, you know what I mean? And I'm for artists trying different things, but as a whole, I didn't like none like all that. He had big hits, Paradise and Love You Better, and Headsprung. All them shits were big hits for him, but those albums in itself was terrible. So I haven't liked an album from LL since the GOAT. But his album with Q-Tip, it was good, and I kind of expected that because I was like, yo, Q-Tip is not going to do something out of left field. He's going to give from vintage tribe called Quest type of beats, and that's what he did. And LL, I know he was going around saying that he had to reinvent himself. He had to learn how to learn how to rap again, and he did that. He had different flows on that album. I thought it was solid, and he only had one love song on there with Saweetie. That's it. But
Hmm.
I don't think this is gonna be album of the year. I just think there were stronger albums that came out this year than this. But I do feel like it's going to sell because it's already number one on the charts because it's Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? So at this point, he can't lose. To me, he had the best song. He had the best song of the year, which was a diss track to Drake, and he deserves to win all those Grammys for it. He deserves it. You know what I'm saying? So what you're giving it? What, a 3 mics?
Yeah, I gave it three mics, and to answer your question, the songs that I do like are Reincarnated, TV Off. Um, I like Squabble Up. Um, to me, it is Squabble Up is catchy, and I like it more than Humble.
Yeah.
Um, Whacked Out Murals is another. Um, and I actually have a soft spot for Dodger Blue.
Okay. You know what's crazy? I didn't like Humble when it first came out, when I first heard it. And then like after a while, after hearing it so much, the NBA played it on during their televised games and shit, it grew on me. But when I first heard it and I was like, I don't like how he's rapping on that. I didn't like the beat, but it grew on me. And I think maybe with this new sound that Kendrick has, a lot of these songs are gonna grow on people. So you might have to listen to the album more than just once or twice. And over time it'll grow on people. Um, but I don't think it was a whack album. I think there's some bangers on here for sure. It's just that I'm so used to Kendrick, sounding one type of way that now he's adopted this new sound. It's just gonna take some time. You know what I'm saying? But it's Kendrick. He can't lose. He's definitely one of the best in this. To me, he's the best in this era. And Andrew Zorita, salute to you. Subscribe to the channel. He says K. Dot GNX is a double CD for us old heads. I keep hearing people saying there's another part to this, or there's gonna be another album. I'm gonna wait and see. I'm not gonna go off of the rumors. I want to see if he's actually gonna drop another part to this album, or a second album coming. We'll see. You feel like he's dropping a
Well,
second album?
If he does put out a deluxe edition, I believe it'll come out before Christmas.
And how
To
many tracks is gonna be on the deluxe? I mean, people keep talking about this trailer that it has one song that's not on the album. Don't drop a deluxe just for one song. If you're gonna drop a deluxe,
I don't
let
think
it be
I
a
don't
couple songs.
I don't think it will be as many as this album. I think it will be like maybe I'll say between 5 and 7 songs.
Okay.
You
Well,
know,
that's good.
because
Maybe that'll
it
change the whole people's thoughts on the album I mean, if those bonus tracks come out.
yeah, because really most deluxe editions they're usually uh they usually have as many songs as the original, and plus uh you know they just want to put out enough material to satiate the demand but not oversaturate. Oversaturating would be
I
like
don't.
putting out we would be putting 12 or more songs on another deluxe edition. That would be
The
oversaturation.
the thing about deluxe editions, like when I don't like when they do that, unless it's like maybe 2 or 3 tracks. But if it's like more than that, it kind of alters how you feel about the album. Like when Buster did that for ELE 2, it ruined the album to me. Like the initial release, it was like you already had close to 30 songs on the initial release. You don't need a deluxe edition for that album. And he put out a deluxe edition with a bunch of like trap songs, and I was
It,
like, Buster, you really didn't ask for this.
it kind of feels like you're padding the original album with songs that should be on the cutting room floor.
Exactly. Like you already have a 20-something track album. Why do we need more bonus tracks for that album? And it wasn't good tracks anyway.
I wonder, like, I would like. Do you know who executive produced Extinction Level Event Part Two?
I want to say it was Buster that did that, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there you go. Like, because I believe an outside executive producer would have told Buster, don't if you don't put out, don't put
Bro,
30
he had
songs on
he
this
had
album.
22 tracks on the initial release, right? The
Yeah,
bonus depending, and that's another thing because they have more than one deluxe edition. The first edition had 26 tracks, and then the second one had 30 tracks. So you have basically a triple album that you came out, and all of those bonus tracks were garbage. Why do we
hey,
need that? Nobody asked for
that's
that.
that's the equivalent of the Emancipation record by Prince when he put out a
But
triple album.
and the thing is, he had a flip mode collab that was on the deluxe edition that never made the initial release. That should be one of the most important tracks you put on the album. You know what I'm saying? Like we've been waiting for a flip mode reunion. You had a flip mode collab that you put on the bonus
So
edition.
clearly, so clearly,
That's crazy.
clearly didn't think the Flip Mode reunion song was important enough to put on the original release.
Right. But you put everybody else made the album. The BBD album, song could have been off the album. I didn't like that song at all. Where he sampled
Poison.
Poison. Yeah, that
That's a
shit was
terrible
trash. And
sounding
he came up with
song.
a video for that too. That shit was trash. I didn't like that. You could
Yeah.
have got rid of that BBD song and put the flip mode song on it.
You know what?
Unbelievable.
I remember I did like on Extinction Level Event the joint with Rakim and the joint with
That was good.
Q-Tip. I know a lot of people did
That was
not
good.
like that joint with Q-Tip. I loved it.
Yeah. It was cool. They always make classic stuff together. I think people wanted a classic collab and they didn't get that. But the
I mean,
one song
it's not.
you got to put on there is the flip.
Yeah, but
Right.
the song that he did with Q-Tip on Extinction Level, it's not as good as uh you can't hold the torch from Big Bang Theory.
Right.
And
That was good.
now it's produced by
That was good.
Dilla.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I think the flip mode song should have been one of those tracks that had to make the list. And you put the BBD collab instead. I'm like, that could have went on the cutting room floor. That shit was trash.
You
And
know
I
who
love
else does
BBD. It's
that?
just I don't like the fact that they okayed Buster to rhyme over the Poison beat and totally fuck it up.
But I believe they okayed it because who was the one that wrote the rap for Rendezvous on Do Me?
It was Buster. Yeah,
So
it was
I
Buster.
think BBD felt like, you know,
They owe him.
Buster did a solid for us. Let's do a solid for him.
Did he write it? I heard he wrote Doom Me for them. Was it Poison too?
Buster wrote the rap for Rendezvous on the song "Do Me" from the Poison album. He didn't write the song.
Okay.
He only wrote
Oh, okay.
Rendezvous' verse,
Right.
including the the adolescent line, which looking
Mm-hmm.
back, I'm
Right.
sure Rendezvous would think twice
Mm-hmm.
about reciting that.
Right. So at some point, Buster probably told him like, "Yo, I'm gonna need y'all in 30 years when I come out with my comeback album, and I need to sample Poison." You know. But I mean, I didn't like that song at all, and the fact that he released it as a single and he did a video, I'm like, you released this shit, but you didn't put the Flip Modes track on the initial album. That makes no damn sense to me.
Buster has had a long career, like ever since uh, "Come On Down" from the was it the Prince of Darkness album by Big Daddy Kane.
Yeah, I
I
love that
mean,
song.
exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
when you're the executive producer,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes your self indulgence can just run wild because the game did the same thing with Drillmatic.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we doing the Cube album now.
Yeah, I'm with it.
All right, shit, it's a lot. We gotta really breeze through these tracks. It's a lot of tracks. He dropped was it 19 tracks he dropped on this? I'm not even looking at damn track list. I'm looking at you got me looking at the ELE2 album from Busta. I just wanted to see how many tracks was on that shit. I'm like, yo, 22 tracks, but that's crazy. Um he got 19 tracks on here. And he released It's My Ego first single, and he has Egomaniacs, which is a remix with Busta Rhymes and Killer Mike. Um Rolling at Twilight, that's the first track. What did you think about that song?
It's very. I thought with a title like "Man Down," I'm expecting something a little bit more confrontational. Uh, the first
Right,
song is
right.
very mellow, very chill. It kind of has like it kind of has like it was a good day vibe, as far as like
They do.
being a song where you just
Yeah.
ride around at night looking up at the stars and you
Yes.
just
Mm-hmm.
want to drive and just forget about your problems. As it look like I can just imagine just you know the um LA skies and being downtown and just
Right.
uh in your own thoughts. So
Oh yeah.
I got nothing but love for this song.
And, that was produced by Cassius J. Like you said, like it has a smooth beat, the melody, real good vibes on this record, and I definitely enjoyed it. We got Cube saying, I used to be grimy, now I'm so polished. Didn't go to college, still got the knowledge, still got the wallet to make that deposit. Get your bitch ass back in the closet. Loved his verses on that. This to me should be a single. I would release this next as a second single. Just a very different Cube to start off his album, and no intro, just right to it, and he started off with a smooth joint, and it's one of my favorite songs on the album. Track two, we get to the single. It's My Ego. I like the beat. Now, when I saw the video, it reminded me of like that Don Mega era Cube when he was dropping like we be clubbing and you can do it, and it had like that real braggadocious Cube, and I thought the video was hilarious. I love the video. The song was okay. What did you think about it?
When I first heard the song, no, when I first saw the video, I thought this is too silly. I thought it was corny. I felt like
Right.
this is like a bad imitation of Redman's videos. Like I'll be that,
Mm-hmm.
but the video has grown on me, and
Right.
I, now when I look at it, the video is hilarious, and I feel like
It
this is
is.
Cube's short form version of what a of a next Friday movie would be. Because I mean,
Right.
Cube playing, like a pastor at church, and I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's so many hilarious moments when he said, uh, "Try to rob, uh, try to rob my church. I'm gonna rob you first," and he pulls out the double shotguns, and
Yeah.
the second verse, he talks about somebody pulling up to the drive-through window, and he throws a
Right.
bag of dicks at him. Then the guy gets out of his car, confronts
Mm-hmm.
Cube, and Cube beats him down. You got Mike Epps in the video, um,
Yeah.
and you're
He's
totally
also on the
right.
album
Like,
too.
yep, he's on 5150. I
Yeah.
I feel like Cube in this video, he just let his hair down. Like I think he felt
Yeah.
like I'm 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 35 years, more than 35 years deep into my career. I have nothing
Mm-hmm.
left to prove. Even when he's in the first verse, when he said I was uh, Kendrick before Kendrick, who can deny that?
Right.
I was a rock and roll Hall of Famer way before Jimi Hendrix or something like that.
Yeah.
So he's asserting who he is. He's talking about his accolades, his pioneering status.
Yeah.
I got nothing but I really dig this joint. It took a while for me to grow on me, but absolutely one of the highlights of this album.
Oh yeah. Track 3, you got So Sensitive. Really like this one. It had like another smooth groove to it. The melody, the beat. You know, he said, "You niggas so sensitive, but I got no fucks to give." He did have a whack line though, and when the part where he said, "Don't be a pussy all your life, be a dick sometimes and get hard." I didn't
Yeah,
like that
that was
line.
kind of cringe.
I was just like, what do you say, Q? Like, you know, but
I would
all in
like
all,
Dub C should have told him. Dub C should have told
yeah,
him, you may want to rewrite that line.
right. Just cut it out of the whole verse. You know what I mean? But other than that, I did like the song. I like the whole vibe of it, and again, like he didn't take himself too seriously on here. He was playful with it, and I think it's one of my favorites on this album.
This is the most. This is one. I won't say the most, but it's
Mhm.
one of many songs that truly replicate the sound of G Funk, meaning
Right.
it's very relaxed funk music that you can ride to.
Yeah.
It's not too. It's not too fast. It's not too slow. Um, Cube. This is not a very political album, but he talks. He mentions several things on this song that Eminem touched on the Death of Slim Shady. Like when
Right.
he said, "So what the fuck are trigger words? Words like his and hers. What's a pronoun and a verb?" And there's so much conjecture in this country um, about what makes a man and a woman. What is cisgender? What is biological gender? Like
Yeah.
the there's so much debate on what to call a person that doesn't want to be identified by their biological gender. So
Right.
I thought it was a very important lyric because some people, you know, when they're confronted by a person that do not want to be identified by their biological gender, they they will oblige and they'll call uh, that person by what they want to be called by. And some people will just not care and they'll call uh, a trans person by the gender they were born in. So he also talks about uh, uh, vaccinations. When he said, then you
Mm-hmm.
swallow this or swallow that, then you go have a heart attack, and don't blame it on the wax. Don't
Right.
blame it on the vax. I put
Right.
it on wax. So he's still interweaving social commentary, even if
Oh yeah.
his approach is less fiery and confrontational. So I did this song.
Facts. Also, Hector, what's good, bro? I ain't see you in a minute. Reg just hit me up. I think he's working or whatever. But shout out to you, bro. I wanted to say "It's My Ego" was produced by EA Ski, and "So
From the
Sensitive" was
Bay.
produced by T Mix. Yes, and "So Sensitive" was produced by T Mix, and the fourth track, "She's Sanctified" featuring Mount Westmore, that was also produced by T Mix. I like this beat. Now I didn't hear the Mount Westmore album. But when I first heard about them teaming up, I'm like, I thought it was a great thing for the West Coast, and having E40 and Too Short and Cube and Snoop. And I like this song. Again, it had like a real smooth melody. October London is on the chorus. Definitely enjoy his singing. And I think for me, I think Snoop had the best verse on here. And what did you think about this collab?
I I think this is right up Snoop's alley. To be honest with you, um, when Cube is talking about um, you know, songs involving womanizing or being a player, being a pimp, it just sounds
Mm-hmm.
forced. Whereas with Too Short, Snoop, and E40, it sounds more natural. It sounds
Right.
like their voices are so silky and it's much more smoother. Whereas with
Right.
Cube, he sounds more rough. It just like where Cube,
So,
I don't think Cube can pull it back. Where with Snoop and E40, they can rap where it's more mellow. It's much more uh, uh, pleasing sounding to both women and men.
right. I think it's definitely one of my favorites on here. If they released it as a single, I think that'd be dope as well. Um, Track 5 we got "Not Like Them" produced by Knots. What did I say? It had a gangster bounce to it. I love the part where he mentioned he's talking about how our devices now in this day and age, people have become tied to their smartphones and their iPads and all that. And he says, Back to the Future is a crisis controlled by these hand devices. Smartphones equal dumb domes. Don't forgot how to make my way back home. And I don't when you hear the title, you're thinking, oh, is he's paying homage to Kendrick? It's not that. But I definitely enjoyed it. The beat was fire, and I love the message that he's giving on the song. Well, what did you think about it?
This is my favorite song on the album,
Okay.
and there are many dope songs on
Yeah.
this album. But first of all, the
Yeah.
beat is knocking. Like
Yes.
Nas produced a beat that has so much power and so much kick
Yeah. Facts.
in the production, and the cameo sample is a great touch. You know,
Mm-hmm.
uh, he mentioned so many things on this song touches upon what that touches upon life in 2024. I mean,
Right.
when he talks about let's blow up the internet. It's artificial intelligence that make people irrelevant. That's exactly what artificial intelligence has been doing. It replaces human beings with machines and technology, and it's
Mm-hmm.
putting people out of work. In the public and private sectors. In the arts, it's
Right.
devaluing music because technology has made it where you can emulate human voice so much that you can't
Right.
make the distinction between the human voice and uh, the simulated voice. Um,
Facts.
I will say, like on the third verse, I gotta say, I felt like Cube could have he he was it's unintentionally funny. I don't know if he
Mm-hmm.
meant to be to sound funny, but it just
Right.
sounds like when he said every time I see them cakes, a nigga can't concentrate. That's why I'm overweight, cause I overate when I procreate. I mean, it's
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah, that
like
part
when
was funny.
yeah, I like number one, like when he was like every time I see them cakes, like the way he kept rhyming, like the 8 syllables,
Right.
cakes, concentrate,
Mm-hmm.
overweight, overate, procreate.
Yeah.
It just it just sounded predictable, at that point. But I
Yeah.
did love the shout out to Rakim on Check Out My Melody.
Right.
Um, it's not a felony chasing my celery, and a shout out to Dub C.
Mm-hmm.
As my crimey. This is a
Oh
banger,
yeah.
and I hope they do make a music video for this song.
Yeah.
Be,
He
because it's absolutely knocking.
he has, like I said, like he didn't take himself too seriously on this album. He has songs where I could see them doing videos for like the different songs. And because
Hmm.
he is in Hollywood, he's a Hollywood, you know, star now, and I think the quality of those videos, like just like how he did with my ego, it looked professional. Like it looked like it could be like a Hollywood movie. You know what I mean? So the next song, 5150. Now I love this song, and he's he's talking about like a crazy psychotic chick. And on the chorus he says, this so psychotic, 5150, the bitch need an antibiotic. And he says, ho, you crazy as a Vietnam veteran. Go get your pills, bitch. Better take your medicine. Loved his flow on that. And when I was listening to this song, I was like, yo, now wouldn't it be perfect if he had Yo-Yo play the psychotic bitch on this song?
Yeah, that would be a
Immediately I
great
thought Yo-Yo,
touch.
because like Yo-Yo was like, we always had like great collabs with him and Yo-Yo. I was like, yo, I would love to hear like a verse from Yo-Yo playing a psychotic bitch.
Yeah, I
But,
I will say
mm,
I will say like the chorus, you know, I think the whole is psychotic. The bitch need an
yeah,
antibiotic. I mean,
yeah,
what can an antibiotic do for a crazy person? Antibiotics is usually to treat infections
right.
and to create um, antibiotics, to fight
Right.
bacteria.
Hmm.
you know, um, this song is very reminiscent of Cave Bitch from Lethal Injection to me.
Yeah.
Because like he's like the way he's dressing down this crazy woman that's stalking him,
Right.
and the lengths that she will go to keep tabs on Cube is hilarious. Like I was laughing my ass off when he said, "When I go get a meal, see you parked up the hill, always trying to push us, hiding in the bushes. My pink scratch cat on the car on the flat. That's how you want to
Right.
act, you fucking maniac." Like
Thi-
like like like,
This.
like this would make a great horror movie. Like because
Yeah.
Cube has his hands in Hollywood, he has the budget and the means to create like a short mini movie.
Right.
You know,
That's what I'm saying.
about the song. He could have like Corey Holcomb in the
Yeah.
movie. You could have like horror themes. You know, like
Right.
it could be like Deliverance mixed with Psycho.
Oh God. Not Deliverance.
I
Not
know,
that.
right?
That movie
And,
was terrible. Oh man, and they promoted like that shit.
but I, but you know, like there's one thing, not the song,
Uh
but when
huh.
I was listening to the song on YouTube and I was reading the comments,
Right.
people have got to stop every time there's a great song that's released. Eminem does not have to be a part of every dope song that comes out, because like if
Right.
you go on YouTube, I was reading the comments and one of them was like, "Yo, Eminem would sound great on the remix." It's like, can we just have like certain spaces where it doesn't have to be infiltrated by stands or or fans of only Eminem?
Right.
Like Eminem got his own album, but it just seems like it's not enough for them to have Eminem to themselves. They got to make everything that's in hip hop centered around him. So
Right.
that's my gripe.
This reminded it. This was like if they do a movie for this would be like, a hood version of Fatal Attraction. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And it was dope. Like I love the storytelling behind it. The beat was fire. You got some organs on it, some pianos. So I think this could be a single too potentially. I could see a funny video. From this song.
you know another
Even though when
movie.
it's uh,
Another movie that they could uh, do like a version for the movie for.
right,
Like you remember Tales from the Hood?
yes,
Like they could have like uh Clarence what's my man the actor that passed, Clarence
oh,
uh
Clarence Williams,
Clarence Williams. He's
yeah,
no
Clarence Williams was
longer
dope,
with us, but they could have like someone play like an exaggerated scary person, like
hmm
and do it like Tales from the Hood mixed with Thriller, mixed with
right,
Psycho,
right.
and you could have like uh, Yo Yo, playing like the crazy woman, and then you could have
The demon
like
bit,
yeah, and you could have like Mike Epps, playing the dude at the very end. So yeah,
right,
this is a very hilarious song, and it provides comic relief.
definitely. Um, number track 7 we got No Cap. I like the beat for this. I did not like Mike Epps rapping on this. I don't want to ever hear Mike Epps trying to rap, you
Yeah.
know. But I think it would have been better without Mike Epps rapping. The beat was fire though.
Um.
What did you think?
This is a song where I feel like this like a break in the action. Because after 5150, this
Uh,
this feels like if this was during uh the days of cassettes, this would be like the
yeah,
end of side
right,
A or the
side A,
beginning of side B.
right,
Like I feel like it's an okay song. It just feels like a transition from uh, one half of the album and on to the second half of the album.
right. Now, 5150 was produced by Big Von and Devon, and then No Cap was produced by Zaytoven. Zaytoven, he's done stuff with a lot of trap artists. He did a whole album with Usher. And it was also featuring K Major and Isha Dawn and Mike Epps. but I didn't care for their verses though. Little Piggies is track 8. This was like a short. It played more like an interlude. It was a short track produced by the Policy Kings, and you had Cube saying, these three little piggies say I ain't good as Biggie. These motherfucking niggas say my pen game is iffy, and that's going back to a couple months ago when people were saying that he was a better storyteller than Biggie, and there's like a whole debate about that. Well, what did you think about this song?
I thought that the opening line of this song was a jab at Tony Yayo
Really?
because
Yayo?
if
Well,
you
why him?
remember, because there was an episode of Drink Champs where
Mm-hmm.
Tony Yayo and DJ Effin, they were having a conversation about who were the best storytellers in rap,
Right.
and they were debating who was better, Biggie or Ice Cube.
Mm-hmm.
And DJ Effin was making a case for Ice Cube, and Tony Yayo at every turn kept dismissing DJ Effin by saying, "No, Biggie is better. Biggie is better." He kept naming
Wow.
songs where he felt Biggie had better storytelling songs, like "I Got a Story to Tell," "Niggas
Right.
Bleed," "Juicy." So I
Yeah,
felt
but
like that was Cube.
Biggie Biggie only
Mhm.
had 2 albums though. Like Cube has a whole catalog, so what I mean. I don't think that's fair to even Biggie to be like, oh, he was better than Cube.
I think this was during the portion of the show where like Nori does like quick slime, and then he has to guess like
Right.
who's better between these two options. And I think it
Mm-hmm.
was this episode was Biggie and Cube, so that's why I felt
Right.
like it was a jab at Yayo.
Right. That could be it too. I mean, even if it was, what Yayo, we don't expect no monumental diss song from Yayo, so you know. But
I don't think
I thought
Yayo
that was
will even hear this album.
yeah,
I don't think he
yeah. I
even.
mean, if he doesn't like Cube, then he ain't gonna hear it. But I think this would have been better to me as a full track. It was just a shorter track though, but it was cool. I liked it. I liked the beat for this. Track 9 we got Ghetto Story. Definitely enjoyed the beat for this. The piano arrangements on here, the bass line. I thought it was an album cut. Nothing really stood out for me on this one though.
Um,
What do you think?
I felt like Ghetto Story. Um, I like it, but it's not a song where you feel that he's doing anything that he hasn't already done before. If you look at the
Right,
songs throughout his catalog, where he has Ghetto in it, Ghetto Vet, Ghetto Bird, both of those
right.
songs are better than this song. It's not
Hmm.
it's not bad. I just feel like Cube, he's already touched on stories like this.
Right.
It's like it just seemed like standard fare to me.
I agree. All right, we got and that was also damn, I'm forgetting to like include the producers and shit. No, I said okay. No, little Three Little Piggies was produced. Oh yeah, the Policy Kings Ghetto Stories was produced by T Mix. We got track 10 Facts featuring JD from the Lynch Mob.
Lynch Mob.
That was produced by Decades, and this is JD's first collaboration with Cube since 2021. He was incarcerated. The issue I have with this song, the beat was fire, but when you hear JD's verse, he sounds like DMX. And other people I've heard that heard this, they say that he sounded like DMX as well. So what do you think about it?
I can't um I can't disagree because at first I felt like maybe he's been because he hasn't been you know in the studio of this song.
Right.
Like maybe his voice changed. Like maybe
Mm-hmm.
it's his voice. Um,
Right.
but I still like the verse. I felt like he was popping his shit. For lack of a better term, like here you are. You get out of jail. You're invited to hit the studio with Cube, and I felt like he
Mm-hmm.
was just getting so much out of his chest, and Cube was so proud that JD still had it in him, and you can
Mm-hmm.
hear like Cube's enthusiasm, for JD, rapping. You can hear certain ad libs giving him encouragement, So I definitely dig this song more than
Right.
Ghetto Story. You know, uh, you know, when anytime like two cats reunite after some hard times and vacant, and you can just hear the joy between them. It's dope. So yeah,
Yeah.
I like this song.
Track 11, you got Fighting for My Life featuring Corrupt. This was produced by David Banner. Love this song. It has an Angela Wimber sample in it as well. Um, this to me should also be a single. I love Corrupt is back. Loved what he did on the Dog Pound album. We All We Got, great album this year that came out. I loved his verse. He said, "I live life nice. I never think twice. I just keep it gangster in this paradise." This was definitely unexpected, because I don't remember Cube and Corrupt ever doing anything, but definitely enjoyed this collab. The beat was fire. What did you think about it?
I felt like Cube had the better verse. Um, you
Okay.
know, Corrupt did his thing, but Cube, the way he's rapping on this album, it just is so concise and it's so clear. Like sometimes when I listen to
Right.
Corrupt, sometimes um, he doesn't always pronounce his words clearly. Sometimes he'll fall off rhythm. Throughout this album,
Hmm.
Cube sounded so clear and it came through. Um, I like the line when he said, "I've been trying to I play above the rim, been stuck on the ground, been trying to bring me down since I put on the crown. Mad because my frown is upside down, and niggas still trying to be homie the clown." Like that's Q showing
Right.
his age. When you mention homie the clown, I kind of chuckled at that line, because
Oh
you
yeah,
got to
for
be
sure.
of a certain age to know about and live in color. So
Homie.
sometimes Cube
Yep.
will make certain references that will, date him, but I like it because it lets me know just how it just shows just how much he's been around, and he can,
Yeah.
drop an old school reference and he can talk about what's going on in 2024.
All right. Track 12, we got Let's Get Money Together featuring Be Real from Cypress Hill, produced by Decades. Now this song was okay. I expected more from B. I didn't like B Real's verse. I didn't like the way he was flowing on it. And there's not too many times you're gonna hear me say that because I love Cypress Hill. Grew up on them. I think they're top five all time. Rap groups. But I did not like his verse on this record. I just feel like it could have been better. What did you think about it?
To be totally honest with you, I felt like Be Real really didn't have enough bars on this song to really get anything off. It was like
Right.
they're both sharing a verse, like they're trading off bars, but I never got the
Yeah.
impression that if you let Be Real off the leash and let him do his thing,
Yeah.
he's going to have a quotable verse, and he's going to say something incredibly ill. So I felt like
Right.
Be Real didn't have enough time to really,
Yeah,
you know, you know, say anything memorable.
right.
So
I agree.
so I think that might have been on either the producer or Cube. Like maybe Cube say, you know what, on this verse, keep it short, don't go no more than 8 bars,
Right.
but you know.
Then you got track 13, I'm a Bun Rubber, produced by Decades. I thought the beat was dope. It had a nice beat, nice horns in it. That's really it. It wasn't nothing that stood out to me for this record. It's just like, just a okay album cut.
Um, I gotta say this wasn't. I had the same impression. It's a song where it's at the point of the album where sometimes it feels like it's dragging, where I feel like there's not enough humdingers,
Right.
meaning great songs that continue to excite the palate of the listener. So
But it gets better though. It gets better.
yeah, I'm just
It
saying, like at this
yeah.
point of the album, it just
Mhm.
feels like it's kind of treading water, but you're just waiting for something exciting, something to really get your blood pumping to
Right.
happen. But it comes later, like you
Right. It's
said.
it's yeah, it's a couple songs that they kind of lull you. They kind of got boring, but you got back on track with especially you track 14 produced by Ice Cube. Now this track is very different because when I heard it, it has like a 80s Mantronics breakbeat type of sound. And I know like I remember when Reg had said that it's more like a twerk. I don't think it's a twerking song. I can't see nobody twerk. I can't see women twerking to this. It felt more like a Mantronics breakbeat old school hip hop sound to it than anything. And it was something different from Cube. It's a party record. I enjoyed it because he's taking chances, doing new things. So how did you feel about it?
It has like a West Coast electronic funk
Yes.
feel,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's definitely a song that uh, I don't see Q being played in the clubs, but more like
Right.
uh, man, you remember in Straight Outta Compton when
Hmm.
uh, NWA they ride to the concert venue, but they're riding
Yeah.
down the strip,
Right.
with riding in Impalas, and the back end is shooting up sparks.
Yeah.
Like that's the type of song. This is the type of song where, in that environment, this song will go off. Like this is like
Right.
for the like. I'm just going off of what I've seen on TV. Like this is
Hmm.
something that will definitely go off like at uh, at
The cookouts,
yeah,
parties.
like the cookouts, the parties,
Yeah.
the the parties, where there's like car competitions, and girls are
Right.
twerking
I
and
agree.
girls are just
Yeah.
so
I was
it
thinking more like roller skating. Like for some reason, like roller skating came into my head.
yeah, I can see that, like
You know what I'm saying?
with the DJ
Um.
cutting in the booth.
Yeah. And that was produced by Ice Cube. Sammy W. Salute. Subscribe to the channel. He said, "Am I wrong to say I'm a fan to going into someone's live?" No, you're not wrong. I mean, if you fuck with what we do, subscribe to the channel. We talking about Kendrick's. Well, we talked about Kendrick's new album, and we talking about Ice Cube's new album right now. And shout out to Hector. I ain't see Hector in a minute. Shout out to you. He said Exhibit dropping a new album soon. I can't wait. I've been a long time fan of Exhibit. From Paparazzi all the way to now. He has a new single out, and on track 15, he's on Break the Mirror. That was produced by Samuel the Illid, Elliott, and Big Von. And I like this song. This was again like Cube and Exhibit together. They were both on the Up in Smoke tour, back in the day, and that was a great tour. And I loved Exhibit's verse. He still got it lyrically. He said, "Watch me paint a perfect picture. My presence Picasso. I'm an IG model. Click the link in my bio." Loved his verse. The beat was fire. You got like the big horns on it as well. What did you think about this track?
Um, Exhibit, man, like um, Exhibit's verse is part of the reason why I'm so excited for Exhibit getting back in the studio.
Yeah.
Because he has the uh, delivery of a battle MC, meaning he's vicious. He knows how to attack the beat. He has a lot of
Mm-hmm.
gravitas in his voice, and he said, a lot of things in this verse that I totally agree with him about. Like when he said, "I'm an IG model. Click the link in my bio." With all of these natural
Mm-hmm.
disasters, the oceans are rising, the drinking water getting shorter, the people is lying, feeding us fentanyl and TikTok. I mean, like
Yeah.
that is exactly what you're seeing on your timeline. Like like typically on most people's feeds, even if you don't subscribe to any of these accounts, you're going to see, link in my bio, to some
Mm-hmm.
uh, 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 stupid product that they're trying to get people to click on and buy. Like the
Right.
algorithm of these search engines, they make it where your viewing habits are cataloged, and they can force feed you products and services that you don't want and don't need, and
Mm-hmm.
the fentanyl and the TikTok. I mean, that's you know to me that is part so that is so um, uh, just that alone is part of the reason why I dig this song, is because he's talking about things that I think people can't get enough of. They're addicted to it.
Right.
It influences public behavior, So I really respect this song just for Exhibit and Q just talking about things that people are scared to mention.
Facts. Yeah, I definitely agree. It was a great collab. I can't wait to hear that new Exhibit album when that drops. Track 16, we got Talking About These Rappers, produced by Little John and Young Slade. This song I did not like. I feel like this was one of those songs where Q was like, being funny with it. You know, just the whole chorus was cheesy to me. Talking about these rappers on the internet, sitting there trying to look innocent. I didn't care for the song. I didn't like the way he executed the record when it could have been like more serious, track. But to me, it felt like he was just making having fun with it, and it just came off kind of cheesy. What did you think about it though?
I totally disagree. I feel the complete opposite. Like I love this
Okay.
song. As a matter of fact, this is my a top three song on this
Whoa.
album.
Wow. I mean, maybe it's just me. I just thought just the way that he executed his song. I just felt like he could have did better than that. You know what I'm saying?
But the point of the song, to me, it's a great concept song because he's talking about how you know rappers will do they will resort to antics to get
Right.
traffic to their garbage YouTube channels and
Mhm.
podcasts and their blogs, and
Right.
it's all propaganda. Like how many times, how many times have you heard? Don't forget to hit that like and share button. Don't forget to
Right.
subscribe. I mean, you no matter who you follow on YouTube, no matter who you follow
Mhm.
on IG, you always you always hear that. The only thing that I'm mad about is that he didn't say, click the link in my bio.
Right.
That would have completed the
I don't,
trifecta
I don't, I
because,
don't. I used to say that once in the blue when I went live, and then I stopped saying it because I'm like, if you fuck with me, if you fuck with what I do, and you see me on different platforms, then I would think naturally you're gonna subscribe. But people told me like I need to start saying it more. But I'm like, when you say it, it's like you got people that do it, and you got people that's not gonna do it. So I just stopped saying it.
and you say what is your main criticism of this song?
Maybe it's the chorus. I just feel like the chorus could have been done better. I didn't feel like he didn't sound like convincing on the chorus. He just sounded like he was just having fun with it. He didn't really it should have been like a more serious chorus because he's talking about something serious regarding artists, and I just didn't feel like when he's doing the chorus it sounded like that. It just sounded like he was just trying to make a joke out of it or whatever.
But I mean, I agree at times, but
Mhm.
when uh Shock G of Digital Underground, when he would make serious songs, he incorporated humor, and sometimes
Right,
humor can
that's true.
further punctuate just how absurd something is.
Right.
Like I'll be honest, maybe the chorus could be better, but
Mhm.
what he's talking about, I totally rock with. Like when he said on the second verse,
Mhm.
what is it? Y'all bitches had to surf my black ass from the turf. Y'all better stick to the artistry. Don't ask me, ask Cardi B. Y'all keep fucking with celebrities. Now you got to move out of seas. Yo, the reason why I like that line because
Mhm.
look, I don't care much for Cardi B as a rapper. Like I
Yeah.
respect how hard she goes when she makes certain political commentary, but
Right.
I just roll my eyes whenever I hear celebrities say, you know what, I'm gonna move out of this country, I'm gonna move out of seas because
Right.
I don't like how the election turned out, or I don't like
Mhm.
how this country is going. A lot of that is if a lot of it, if not all, is performative. If you really feel that way,
Right.
just do it.
Exactly.
So I think that's what Cube was getting at is a lot of these
They just
celebrities
talking.
that yeah, and there's
Yeah.
no substance to it. But I will
Right.
say, like, I did not like the way the song started with that it sounds like an engine. It sounds like something swirling, like a
Yeah.
blender swirling.
Right.
Like because I had my headphones on
Mhm.
at high volume when it first came on,
Yeah.
it just sounded like my ears was going to bleed. I had to lower the volume pretty
Yeah.
quickly.
Right. All right, we got track 17, Scary Movie, produced by Hallway Productions. Now this song I like. And it had like a real haunting melody. The beat was fire. And, the chorus he's like, what is wrong with this movie? I had to ask Monster Pookie. And then he says, alpha male, now public enemy. My amenity is toxic masculinity. I see niggas ad libbing, acting like women, even Don Lemon. Cut it out, boy. You need an editor. I'm the predator, 2 steps ahead of you. Loved his verse. He took a shot at Don Lemon, formerly of CNN, and I mean this is the Cube that I expect. This is the controversial Cube calling out names, not giving a fuck, and just talking about Hollywood now with the Diddy scandals and all kind of crap going on in it. And this is what I wanted to hear him address. And it's kind of crazy because he's a part of Hollywood. You know, he's a part of that whole, Actors Guild club, and he's calling out Hollywood. So I definitely enjoyed this record.
I like this song because
Mm.
Cube again, like it goes back to I forgot what song. It was earlier in the album, but
Uh-huh.
again he's talking about masculinity, traditional
Yeah.
gender norms.
Hmm.
Like when he says, I just come through with the Y chromosome, alpha male, now public enemy. My
Mm.
amenity is toxic masculinity. I
Killing
see
it.
niggas ad libbing, acting like women, even down lemon. Cut it out, boy. You need an editor. I'm the predator.
Yep.
10 steps ahead of you. Like those those bars in the first verse
Hmm.
is very uh is a very own code for what a lot of people believe, and to me, his delivery and his
Hmm.
emphasis on those topics, to me, I felt like this is the most you'll ever hear Cube come to America's Most Wanted. Because in 2024, two genders is controversial.
Right.
So I like that Cube is standing on his square. He's not budging on what he believes in. Um, uh, you know, and he ended the song on a high note when he said, "On screen, you
Right.
play for the home team. Off screen, you ask Harvey Weinstein." Like like he'll name check.
Right.
Uh, he won't spare nobody.
Right. Yeah, this was a good one. I definitely enjoyed this. Track 18, we got "Take Me to Your Leader." Love the beat. There's like a Middle Eastern melody in it. Pianos. You had Cube saying, "You ain't a leader, you a follower. You a swallower. You a dollar whore. Buy your ass out the dollar store. I'm throwing rocks. What the fuck you holler for?" Loved his flow on this. Again, I didn't take it too seriously. I don't think he took it too seriously. He was real playful on this joint. But definitely enjoyed it. What do you think?
Um, I gotta be honest. I mean, this song kind of fell flat to me. Um,
You didn't like it?
Number one, the song is too short. Um,
Right. Yeah, it was short too.
and I gotta roll my eyes at Cube saying, uh, "All you motherfuckers can't think for yourselves. All the sheeple, you know who you are." The reason why I roll my eyes is because Cube gave an
Hmm.
interview this summer to Tucker Carlson,
Right.
and it was a very um long interview. The range of topics that they talked about went from politics to Oprah to uh, what he feels are the elites in Hollywood and
Hmm.
the country. But I felt like Cube did not have an independent thought of his own because he kept saying, you know, uh, you know, Republicans can control me, Democrats can control me. I'm an independent thinker. That phrase, independent thinker, is associated so much with MAGA. Like for people that consider themselves independent thinkers, they sure do parrot a lot of the talking points of the alt right. And his
Right.
interview with Tucker Carlson, he just seemed to agree with everything Tucker Carlson talked about. So as far as I'm
Right.
concerned, I just felt like Cube, you're not really walking it how you talking it because you have exhibited tendencies of sheeple,
Mhm.
throughout the years.
Facts. And that this was also produced by David Banner. He did 2 tracks on this album. Um, yeah, that was technically a leader. The last track, finally, we got the remix to "It's My Ego." This is Egomaniacs featuring Busta Rhymes and Killer Mike, produced by EA Ski. I thought the remix was cool. Killer Mike did his thing. They saved Buster for last. It was a good remix. What did you think?
Yeah, and it's the same beat as the original.
Yeah.
Um, every MC that appeared on the remix,
Hmm.
they definitely showed up and showed out.
Right.
Um, you know, nothing but thumbs up. For the remix, it wasn't like one MC outdid the other.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, Killer Mike was nothing but complimentary to Q, pretty much,
Yeah. He was good.
giving him flowers. So it wasn't a scenario where you had MCs on the track trying to out rhyme each other. It wasn't a
Right.
competitive atmosphere. It was pretty much you know Buster and Killer Mike,
Yeah.
just following Ice Cube's template to rhyme about
Mhm.
their egos.
Oh yeah. Yeah. This was good. Great way to end off the album. So we finally got done with Ice Cube Man Down, 19 tracks. Raka Bash. What are you giving it? What are you ranking it? What's your favorite tracks on the album?
Using what rating? Like the
All right.
five
Well, I
mics.
mean, well, I'm giving. All right, I'm gonna tell you. I think this is the best Ice Cube album since Lethal Injection. I was not a fan of a lot of those albums he came out with during the 2000s, and I have Laugh Now Cry Later. Then I like that album. He was that was at a time when he was doing a lot of different movies and working with Little John. Sam was good. Um, but I was not a fan of those albums. But this album to me, it was entertaining. It was banging. It's a West Coast album. You had your old school grooves on here. You had your modern day sounds. You had your West Coast bops. I love Rolling That Twilight. I think that should be a single. She Sanctified, the Mount Westmore joint. That should be a single. Really enjoyed that collab. 5150. Really enjoyed that. Not Like Them. So Sensitive, especially you. I'm giving it 4 mics. I think like we talked about with the Kendrick review, I think this is a better album than Kendrick's album. And I never thought I would say that about an Ice Cube album in this day and age, but this is the year of a lot of rap legends that have come out with quality rap and they've outdid themselves. And I think this is going to be like a year to remember when it comes to our legends. And I think Cube is right with everybody else that dropped this year, Rakim and Pete Rock and Common, the Dog Pound, and he has a solid album. And I haven't said that about him in forever. So I think this was a good album. Hopefully they promote it and he drops more singles. Maybe go on a tour. I would like to see him. I've seen Ice Cube in the past. I would like to see him again. This was a good album. I'm definitely gonna be bumping this for the rest of the year.
Um, I will. I think I do like. I think this is the best album. Let me take that back. Of the 2000s, let me work back then. I
Okay.
think I like this album as much as I liked Everything Is Corrupt. To me, they're like neck and neck with each other.
Interesting.
Um, I did not like I Am the West. It just felt like it just felt like um, uh, an album where he just pumping his chest just to pump his chest. I didn't feel like he
Right.
had really much to say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Raw footage, ho hum. Laugh now, cry later. I can't say I was a big fan of that album. This is definitely better
Yeah.
than War and Peace. both of them.
Oh yeah,
Um,
definitely, for sure.
so as far as this year, how does Man Down stand up to the
It
best rap albums of this year? I would say
it's
that
it's in my top 10 for sure.
yeah, I would say I like this album. I like this album better than The Death of Slim Shady. Uh,
Yes, I
I like
do.
this. I like this
I
album
do.
more than the Rakim album. Uh,
Hmm.
I like this album more than the Dog Pound album.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
I like. Hmm. I like this album slightly better than Locksmith's album by a hair.
Okay.
So I would say this is a top five rap album of the year.
Nice.
And and considering that Common and P Rock put out the Auditorium Volume One,
Hmm.
and we all know Cube and uh, Common, had problems with each other
Yeah.
back in the day. I think it's
Hmm.
very apropos that the guys that were beefing with each other in '96, 28
Hmm.
years later, have rap albums that
Yeah,
are the creme de la creme for the genre.
I agree. I agree. I think it's safe to say at this point that Common and Pete Rock had the best rap album of the year.
Absolutely.
I mean, for
Now,
me, is that 'cause I kept going back to that album. The Dope album I really love. I really enjoyed that. 'Cause I love the fact that Snoop signed them back to Death Row and he promoted the shit out of that album. They got like at least 6 or 7 singles on that album.
mhm, we know
You
that,
know?
but I wouldn't be surprised if the Auditorium Volume One lost the Grammy to Eminem.
And that would be bad because Eminem album was okay. It was great to hear him actually rapping like himself again. Like instead of for a while, I thought he thought he was some your favorite drill rapper. I'm like, this is not him. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
he showed his vintage work on that album. I don't feel like it was a great album in itself. It was listenable. I actually got through the whole thing, which I couldn't do with Kamikaze and Revival and all that other shit he was coming out with. But I don't think it's one of the best rap albums of the year.
yeah. I got to go with Auditorium Volume One just because the approach
Mhm.
it embraced the black experience through and through.
Yes,
Like rap is more
for
than
sure.
just you know black people you know rapping. Like what Common is talking about,
Hmm.
every black person in this country can relate to. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how well you can rap. There's some things that
Right.
are only specific to black people and black communities. And in Common, he really did a great job of capturing the zeitgeist in hip hop
I
and in
agree.
Black America in 2024. And it
Yeah,
would be
I agree.
the and like uh this is an album. I'm talking about Auditorium Volume One. This is
Hmm.
an album that can stand toe to toe with the best of P Rock's catalog.
I agree. I
No
agree
matter
for
who it
sure.
is.
I agree. Um, we might have, you know what? We might have to come back in December and do like top 20 best rap albums of the year.
I'm with it.
You know what I'm saying? Because there was a like even MC Light, one of one. I really enjoyed her album as well. You know,
Hmm.
this year we had like a lot of great albums, man. A lot of great albums. Not just in rap, but in R&B and some in rock and pop and yeah, we got to come back and do that. Like best top 20 rap albums of the year.
I'm just you know as the year is winding down, I was just thinking about K Slay because if he was
Hmm.
still alive, he would be making rolling deep 500.
Yeah.
Like the
For
top
sure.
500 rappers in the world on one track.
Hmm. For sure. This was great. We've been on here for 4 hours. I didn't expect to be on here for 4 hours. I totally had to reschedule Reggie's live stream. We'll do the Lincoln Park Minister Midnight on Friday. But this was great. Just discussing two West Coast albums that came out the same day. Hope maybe they make our list for the end of the year. Maybe they won't, but we'll see in December. Um, before we leave, tell them what you got going on, Rocker. Where they can follow you at.
Yeah, you can follow me on IG at RAKABASH. I haven't been on X since March or April. For for obvious reasons. You can just look at that platform and see why I wouldn't want to be on there. I am on Blue
Yeah.
Sky. Uh, uh, I joined Blue Sky a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't really been on there. But you can find me there at Rockabash, and
So
right now I'm just uh, you know just taking my time and just seeing uh, you know where I want to continue discussions on hip hop. Um,
right,
I'm in no hurry, and I've been working at Wayne State University for a couple of for the better part of the year. So that's where my energies has been at. I always enjoy talking
so
hip hop, with you. Uh,
no
I
doubt.
enjoy talking all things hip hop, all things um, black art, um, black culture. Um, and before we go,
Yeah.
everybody knows I'm a Detroit Lions fan, and I believe in
I
Brad
know.
Holmes,
Hmm.
and I hope we just released James Houston. He was our defensive edge rusher, and
Right,
he's been hurt. Most of this season. We just released him. We get. I'm hoping that whatever move Brad Holmes is making, we can, get as much help to replenish what
right.
we don't have on the D line, and we haven't won on Thanksgiving Day since 2016, I believe.
Wow.
And I please Lions do not embarrass us on national TV by losing
Wait,
to the
y'all got the
Bears.
Bears. You got the Bears coming up on Thanksgiving Day, so I don't see them be. I don't see them losing to the Bears.
I, I, I
You know.
hey, I didn't picture us losing to the Packers last year.
I,
So
I mean, I don't
I'm
know.
sure we're going to take care of our business on Thanksgiving. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that um, that usually, I mean, with our team being like this, us being
Mm,
uh, contenders for the Super Bowl, I'm sure we're going to
right.
take care of our business. I just want us to hit on all cylinders. Do not give the
Oh
Bears
yeah.
any life at all. Terrorize
Right.
Caleb Williams. Carlton Davis, he's going to be out because he has a broken thumb and he has a bad knee.
Right.
So and uh, and I just say like uh, Lions. I believe in Brad Holmes. I believe in Dan Campbell. Let's win tomorrow. We'll have 10 days off,
Go Lions.
and we're going to be and you know go Lions. Uh,
Yeah.
the Pistons are actually on a resurgence. I hope they keep it up, and
I see.
that's all I want to say.
Hey, my Giants. First of all, I want to say to the NFL is always. You would think they would be able to flex some of these games out and give us better games. Well, we
boy.
got the Lions and Bears. We
And then
got
you
the
got the
Giants and
Giants at
Cowboys.
the
Nobody really cares about
Cowboys.
them. We got nobody cares about those games. I'm not watching the Giants because the Giants already been out of it. So we got Friday. They got the Chiefs and the Raiders. Like, come on, like these are the shitty games they give us for the Thanksgiving weekend.
I wish they could flex the
Dolphins and
Chiefs.
the Dolphins
I,
and Packers. That might be the only watchable game.
I wish they could put the Chiefs game in place of the Giants and Cowboys.
I don't want to see none of those games. I'm not watching none of those games because I don't like those are boring. Those are going to be boring games. None of those teams are in competition except for the Lions. They're actually going to more than likely win the division. And the Chiefs are going to win their division. But all those games, like I said, the Dolphins and Packers might be the only watchable games. I know the Dolphins are fighting for a wild card, but other than that, I'm not watching none of those other games. I think those games are shitty. The NFL need to flex these games out and give us some better games for Thanksgiving weekend. You know, but but go Lions. I don't expect them to lose to the Bears. The Bears is crap. You know, yeah. So hopefully we'll
And,
see what happens.
and you know, like
Mm,
uh, by 4 o'clock, I'm gonna be knocked out anyway.
right.
Because of
Right.
because of overeating. Like so,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be watching my Lions.
Mm,
Tomorrow, and then by the time the Cowboys and Giants come on, I'm gonna be asleep anyway. And by the time I wake up, I'll
yeah.
just turn I'll just
Yeah.
turn on NBC.
Hmm. But by the time you wake up, it'll be Friday already, and you'll totally forget about who won. So
Where let me get
yeah.
you like um like what's the like I know what's my man the wide receiver that like really he was chewing his
Oh,
gum real aggressively and he was talking about the ownership.
oh, Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, like
The thing is, you're a rookie. Like, I don't know why you would even come out to the media and talk about the state of the organization because you knew what you was getting yourself into when they drafted you. Like we knew we wasn't going to the playoffs. You know, he only has like maybe 2 touchdowns the whole season. So like, why are you talking about the ownership and the quarterback? And that's not his job. Like you're a rookie, just play. Keep your head down, keep your nose clean, and play. I mean, he hasn't. We see that he has talent, but even his talent hasn't changed the outcome for this season. And we know that there's a lot of work to be done. They got rid of Daniel Jones and he got picked up by the Vikings, so they got another scrub quarterback on their team. And salute to them. Maybe they could turn him into a star because he wasn't playing like a star for us. He only had one good season with us. So if Minnesota's feel like they could do something with him, salute to them. But we gotta get a quarterback. Like this has been the issue with this team for a long time. The offensive line has to be better. I don't feel like they have enough on offense. We need a tight end. Um, there's just a lot of issues that they have to they gotta get solved or whatever. But I don't really see why Malik Neighbors is coming out and saying anything because you a rookie. You know what I'm saying? You was drafted by them. Your whole objective is to play and show them why you were the high draft pick that they got. Other than that, him coming out to the media and talking about you ain't played enough games to talk about who should be quarterback and the ownership. I just don't understand why he's doing all that because now it puts a target on your back and people gonna look at you like, oh well, that's he spoke out about the ownership this because already gonna be rookie of the year anyway. So it's about what you think ownership should do is like you on a rookie contract right now. Like just when you do that, when you make your big contract, if you should last that long, then you can come out and talk about ownership. Not when you're a rookie your first season, you talking about the ownership this and like come on. They're not even paying attention to him. You know what I'm saying? There's like they got so many other issues to deal with besides him coming out and speaking to the media. It's like don't give them no more ammo. You know what I'm saying? Like just play ball and finish out these last, was it like 7 games left or whatever. So that's
What's
my
their
take
record
on it. Like
now?
I'm like, we knew that huh?
What's their record now?
They
Is
record,
it
I don't
is
even
it
know. I
is
want
it
to
is
say they
it, is
like
it two
what,
and nine
two and
or
nine. I don't even know what their records. I have to look that up.
see 2 and 9?
Let me see.
So that means they will have 6 more games
They
left in.
they are 2-9. Yeah, 2-9.
Yeah, so they
Two and
got
nine. Yeah,
6 more
yeah.
games
Like
left.
they right. Like they we know what Daniel Jones was. He gave us one good season, and I think people went crazy and ownership wanted to give him the bag instead of Saquon Barkley, who to me could be the MVP of the season. What he did last week against the Rams by himself was just crazy. You know what I'm saying? But they wanted to let Saquon walk and keep Daniel, and we knew that was going to be a mistake. And even the owner said that on the Hard Knocks show. So they had nobody to blame what they saw. I don't feel sorry for them, and they got to get to work in the offseason. They need a quarterback. You're going to need a running back. They just have a lot of holes that they need to fill. And what they don't need is their rookie wide receiver coming out and putting the ownership on blast. I just think that was a mistake for them to do.
I will say though, if I mean, like man, if I was a Giants fan, I would be hot as cayenne pepper
Yeah.
if the Giants beat the Cowboys, man.
I
Because
mean,
I'm
it's
looking
like,
at I'm looking at the
yeah.
draft order right now. Like
Uh-huh.
Jacksonville, the Giants, and the Raiders are tied with the same record. Jacksonville got number one, Giants
Hmm.
are number two. So if the
I mean,
Giants beat the Cowboys,
for Jacksonville, to me, Jacksonville don't need a quarterback. They got Trevor Lawrence. They need a good coach there. They need a good. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is they should be parting ways with them. He took them to the playoffs at one point. I think the Giants definitely they need a quarterback. If it's not Shador, Sanders, they need to get a veteran quarterback. They need a quarterback there because we knew what Daniel Jones was, and even years ago when I was telling people Daniel Jones is not the quarterback for us, the people wanted to say you're crazy. He's not. He was never. He took us to the playoffs once, and that was it. And then they went crazy off for that season, and they gave him the bag, and they decided to let their best running back in years go to the Eagles, and you see what he's doing with the Eagles. And I think that was a mistake, and even the owner said that. So I don't feel sorry for them. They put themselves in this predicament, and now they got answers to they gotta fill these holes in the offense and the defense next in the next draft. But I knew it was gonna be a shitty season. I'm not surprised. So I'm not angry because I'm like, yo, they're not going nowhere with this offense. You know what I'm saying? You have your running back is not even a starting running back. He's like a second or third string running back at best. So it's like, why would anybody feel like our starting running back, Devin Singletary was gonna do anything? He wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't
yeah.
surprised. I'm like, and the only great receiver that we have is the rookie. We got a shitload of all these other receivers we paying money to, and they can't even get us in the damn end zone. We have no good tight end. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not surprised. That's why I'm not angry about it. I'm like, because I knew this was gonna have a bad season.
if
You know.
if if Shador is on the board for the taking, do you think
I would
Deion
get him.
Sanders might step
I would get him.
in? But if Shador is on if he's on the board and Deion Sanders try to step in because maybe he doesn't want Shador to play in New York, you think that'll happen?
Well, I mean, I could see I could see some shady shit like that going down where if Dion goes to Dallas, he brings his son with him, and they get rid of Dak. I could see that happening, but I wouldn't. If I was Dion, I would let his son go where he wants to go. Like, yeah, unless he is damn agent, I don't see why he wouldn't want his son to come to New York. It's like it's a great marketing city for his son. Where you want to go? You want to go to fucking Jacksonville? Nobody. They own fans don't even support them. You want to go out there? You know what I'm saying? So why not come to New York? Like we've seen stars play on losing teams here and they still become stars. So it was like, why not come to New York? You know what I mean? Like I think it would be great for him. If we don't get him, let's say the scenario goes where Dallas fires their head coach and they get Dion, and then Dion brings his son. That means Dak is going to leave. So I would love to get Dak Prescott here. He's 10 times better than Daniel Jones. I would love to get Dak Prescott here.
But I believe Dion has enough power and he has enough connections to to like whoever is the team that drafts Shador first. I believe there's enough power to do the Archie Manning thing.
I mean, if you don't want your son in New York, where would you want him to go? You want him to go to the Jets? They bad. Well, at least they got defense. They got weapons on offense. You want your son to go to the? Is you going to kick Aaron Rodgers away or gone, and you're going to get Shador? You want him on New England? Not going to get him. They got Drake May, right? Miami got Tua. So is he going to the Raiders? If not, where's he going? Is he going to Cleveland? You want him in that debacle out there with Deshaun Stevenson?
But even you said like the Giants' offensive line is trash. Like I'm sure Dion wouldn't want his son to get killed.
This is why they gotta address these issues. And they didn't do that. They haven't done that. We've been saying this for years. They didn't do that shit. They gotta address these issues. It's like, okay, so if you don't go to New York and if you ain't going to the Raiders or Cleveland, where should Shador go into Tennessee? Tennessee, you can't promote him out there. You going to Tennessee? You going to Jacksonville? Because those are the only other teams that I see on in the standings that need a quarterback. And truthfully, I feel like the Jaguars don't even need to get rid of Trevor Lawrence. I think Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback. They just need a good head coach. So where other than New York, you mean to tell me you want your son in Tennessee? Who they got out there?
I think Dion, he may be eyeing Las Vegas.
The Raiders? Who they got out there? They have a good tight end on offense. Who's their running back? Who's their receivers?
I don't know that.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like they lost Devontae Adams to the Jets, and look how he's playing with the Jets.
He's playing worse than he was, in Las Vegas.
Exactly. So it's like to me, New York is the perfect landing spot for Shador. I don't see why he would want to go to Las Vegas or Cleveland or Tennessee. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
for me, it's like I would draft Shador and build around him, build the offense around him, and the offensive line that they've been needing to address that for years, and they haven't done that. They got a lot to do, and if they had Saquon, he was a good piece. You let Saquon go to Philly, and look what he's doing in Philly.
Shador in New York would be box office.
It would.
I mean, Shador. He's already has commercials with KFC.
Right.
He already has commercials with jewelry. What's that jewelry company? Mm-hmm. Whatever that is. But he's already maximized. He's already learned how to maximize his value with the NIL, and I'm sure if he's drafted by the Giants, he's going to be at Madison Avenue.
Definitely.
The only thing that I would be a little leery of Shador going to New York. New York is so seductive, man. Like I don't want to see Shador like trying to cut a rap album or
Lord.
be out in the clubs doing
his father did it. Thing. His father did it. His father did a rap album that was trash.
But Dion is one of one though. Like he was able to survive making a terrible album and by the I don't know how he did
Rome. Hey, when in Rome, you do what the Romans do, like father, like son. His father did it. Why not him?
What he's saying, like, it must be the money. Then Shador is going to be like, like whatever is like the equivalent to that in 2025.
Hey, I could
But
see
like I
him
don't know,
doing it.
maybe he'll do a song with whatever popular rapper in New York, like do drill shit or something.
We had a Mets baseball player with a Latin hit song on Apple Music this year, Jose Iglesias. You know what I'm saying? And that propelled that team into the postseason. So maybe Shador need to come out with a rap song and it go #1 on on Apple iTunes and propel the Giants back to the postseason.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I,
anything is
I
possible.
would
Like,
I would say Shador. I think he's the most NFL ready quarterback
mm,
out there. Like I don't think he's gonna struggle, you know, in the pros.
right,
He's gonna have his bumps, but I don't think he's going to, look like Caleb Williams.
right. And well, I do think Caleb Williams is a good quarterback. It's just that the Bears can't get the head coaching right. I think that's the problem, and they need a head coach that's gonna allow their quarterback to pass when he needs to pass, when he needs to run, he runs, and that's the same issue that they have with Justin Fields. They try to keep him in the pocket. He's not a pocket passer. He has to run. That's part of that's one of his weapons. And it
Mm-hmm.
seemed like every quarterback that even when they had Mitchell Trubisky was the same thing with that. If why are you drafting these quarterbacks that can not only pass but run, but you want them to stay in the pocket? That makes no damn sense. And they haven't
And then
learned a
they
lesson from Justin Fields.
and then they become sitting ducks.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Then they got to get traded to the Steelers and end up getting benched for Russell Wilson. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think they got to get their head coaching right out there in order for Caleb to really show them what he can do. And I believe in him. I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's going to have success. But they got to get their coaching right out there. There's something going on out there with the head coach and the defensive coach, and they got to get that shit right. You
Yeah.
know, yeah, man. But this has been fun. Make sure y'all check out Ice Cube new album Man Down and Kendrick GNX. And we're definitely gonna be back before the end of the year with our top 20 rap albums of 2024. I can't wait for that. So stay tuned. Subscribe to the channel, like, comment, share. Tell me your favorite tracks from both of these albums. Which one had the better album, Kendrick or Ice Cube? And we out. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.